Chapter 128. Beside the stone steps were 100 white horses. The men and horses were silent, and Baelyong's sabers emitted a cold aura of the battlefield. In the twilight, the leading general, Ningame, was clad in black heavy armor, holding a black iron halberd that was almost 50 kilograms in weight. The black armor of the black horse and the black halberd formed a sharp contrast with the 100 white horses. It was suffocating. In front of the Qingyang Palace was the 36 men divine firmament sword formation. The men and the swords were one, and the 36 swords were pointed at everyone, shining brightly. Among them were the corpses of LV Shuyang and the other two and the Taoist priests. A drop of warm blood dripped from the tip of LV Qiantong's red cloud sword. Xu Xiu was adjusting her breathing, enduring the pressure of the sword formation and the light cavalry. She stretched out her snow-white fingers and gently wiped away the scarlet blood on her left cheek. Intentionally or unintentionally, he stood in the area with the most corpses. Wu Shizhen was dumbfounded. He had an 80 to 90% chance of victory against the 3 men who had broken through the jade firmament sword formation. The Baelyong young master, who rode a fine horse and wore a saber, cursed the prince of Qingcheng and insulted the Qingyang Palace, was not a capital offense. But ignoring the stone steel of the duke's dismounting horse and riding into the square was a capital offense. Killing 18 recorded Taoist priests in one breath was even more a capital offense in this dynasty that valued the Taoist tradition more than the Buddhist doctrine. Therefore, even if the jade firmament sword formation was almost completely destroyed, he did not hesitate to set up the divine firmament sword formation. He wanted to take down this audacious descendant of a Baelyong general. Acting first and reporting later would be approved by all of Yongzhou, and he was not afraid of spreading the news to the capital. Perhaps even those Yongzhou scholars who were prejudiced against the Qingyang Palace would clap their hands and cheer. Who would care that Wu Shizhen had secretly taken a few women? But the scene in front of him was beyond Wu Shizhen's imagination. 100 cavalry charged into the Qingyang Palace with a murderous aura. Were they going to attack the Qingyang Palace? How could this be a simple capital offense? Rashly mobilizing the army and privately mobilizing troops, this was clearly a crime that would result in the extermination of the entire clan. Wu Shizhen wanted to know what he could do if the divine firmament sword array could not stop the battle between the great halberd general and more than 100 cavalrymen. Wu Shizhen's father, Wu Lingsu, was an alchemist and not a martial artist. He had always believed that using martial arts to prove one's Tao was the lowest form of evil. Qi Xuanzhen had said that his hands were the power of an immortal, but did he hear that perfected Qi Xuanzhen had said that he was ranked in the world? Therefore, if the sword formation was unfortunately broken again, his father, who was only a master of danding, was obviously unreliable. Then he would have to trouble the real immortals of the Qingyang Palace. His nominal mother, but the problem was, would ugly person be willing to help? The young master of Baelyong was disrespectful to Mount Qingcheng, but she was a crazy woman who often punched and kicked the father and son. Wu Shizhen wondered how he could live to this day. The divine firmament sword array was created by her secluded meditation. Even the Qingyang Palace's famous Sutra of Spiritual Treasures was written by her. There was only a lonely bell tower behind the main hall at the front door. Without a drum tower, it seemed to go against the harmony of yin and yang in Taoism. The bell tower was tall, but there was no huge bell hanging from it. There was only a pile of junk at the top. At this time, a Taoist priest of about 30 years old was standing by the window. He wore a purple Taoist robe and stood tall like a pine tree. There was a faint layer of green qi flowing around his face, making him look like a Taoist immortal. His divine light was refreshing, making people forget the vulgarity. He was looking at the dangerous confrontation in the square in front of the hall. His gloomy eyes were completely opposite to his carefree attitude. He laughed and said, "It's good that this son of AB asterisk TCH's divine firmament sword array is defeated and killed. It can save some rations for my Qingyang palace. The incense is poor, and a pig can be slaughtered and eaten. These guys are living gluttons that only come in and don't come out. Relying on that B asterisk TCH to ride on my head, they really think they are masters." Slap! A white ponytail horsetail whisk hit his face and left a red mark. A cold voice rang in his ears. "Wu Lingsu, don't forget who gave you this son of a B asterisk TCH, Prince of Qingcheng. It's not the emperor who opened his mouth. It's me. Wu Lingsu, the palace master of Qingyang Palace, the Prince of Qingcheng, who was slapped in the face by the horsetail whisk, didn't turn his head or change his expression. He sneered and said, "Zhao Yute, if I had foreseen that I would meet you when I was young, I wouldn't have refined elixirs. Instead, I would have learned swordsmanship. With my talent and comprehension, you are no match for me." The cold voice coming from Wu Lingsu's side was still as cold as before. "You only have some skills left. Besides that, what else do you have? You are a good-for-nothing who is afraid of death and pain, and only knows how to stop at a certain point. Can you bear the pain of practicing swordsmanship? If I believe this, I'd rather believe that you have an affair with Empress Zheng." Wu Lingsu said lightly, "People can be beaten up, but words can't be spoken carelessly." The spirited ponytail horsetail whisk took the opportunity to slap Wu Lingsu in the face again. This time, both cheeks were fair, and no one had to laugh at the other. A snow-white spear falcon, also from Liaodong, swooped down toward Su Fengnian. However, it wasn't the 6-year-old phoenix, nicknamed Little White. It was a little less spirited, but it was still a treasure among the green and white phoenixes. Su Fengnian used the scabbard of the embroidered winter saber as a frame. The huge spear falcon landed, but the embroidered winter saber didn't tremble at all. Wu Shizhen, who didn't practice swordsmanship but had seen the operation of the sword formation, was stunned. Su Fengnian reached out to touch the spear falcon's head and took out a small bamboo tube tied to its claw. It was the personal handwriting of state scholar Li Yishan. After reading it, Su Fengnian's expression was calm. He lifted the embroidered winter saber, and the spear falcon flapped its wings and flew away. Su Fengnian put down the embroidered winter saber, turned his horse around, and slowly rode toward Ning Amei. He said softly, "Return to the bottom of the steps." Ning Amei, whose face was covered in black armor, didn't have any doubts. He made a gesture of sheathing his saber. 100 light cavalrymen put their standard Bailiang sabers back into their scabbard and turned to leave the square. The horses' hooves were light, but uniform. Although these 100 white horses didn't really use their sabers, their momentum was already a level higher than the sword formations, let alone the result. This was the benefit of the Pillar State's wanton trampling on Jianghu back then. In Jianghu, whether it was a lone wolf or a martial artist who had settled down, they all had an innate respect for the valiant and cold-blooded Bailiang cavalry that fought under their horses. Wu Shizhen's heart dropped, but he still didn't dare to withdraw the divine firmament sword formation. Only God knows if it was the Bailiang madman's scheme. Su Fengnian flipped off his horse and walked toward the sword formation in front of the main hall. LV Yangshu and the other two immediately stood in front of him to protect him. They ignored the 36 Qinggang swords in the sword formation and went straight ahead. The sword-wielding Taoists didn't know what to do. They all turned to look at Wu Shizhen, who was their temporary backbone. Wu Shizhen was in a dilemma. When Enchanting was only 10 steps away from the sword formation, he gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "Withdraw the formation." On the bell tower, the horsetail whisk woman called Zhao Yute by the prince of Qingcheng side. "What a pity." Wu Lingsu frowned and said, "If you don't make a move, the sword formation won't be able to escape defeat." What's there to pity? Chapter 129. The horsetail whisk woman turned around and left. Wu Lingsu and her had been husband and wife in name only for more than 10 years. Wu Lingsu rarely saw her ferocious and gloomy face. Occasionally, he would glance at her robust back that was not inferior to his own. Most of his achievements today were attributed to her. Wu Lingsu had never been able to guess her thoughts. He only knew that she was a woman who was reincarnated halfway into the world. She usually used a white horsetail whisk as a sword. She had saved him several times when he was in danger. The divine sword formation was created by her. There was once a full moon during the Mid-Autumn Festival when he saw her practicing swordsmanship on the iron chain bridge between the two peaks of Lord Qingyang. Her ancient sword was so frightening that even the strong wind at the peak of the mountain was split apart by her sword. Wu Lingsu was considered an experienced and knowledgeable Taoist, but he had never seen a woman with such a vigorous sword will. He had heard of one who was rumored to be the king of Beiliang's concubine, who died of an illness. She was the woman with the surname Wu, who was inextricably linked to the Wu family's sword tomb. Wu Lingsu felt that it was really good to have the same surname as her. Although Wu Lingsu had been beaten and scolded by the horsetail whisk woman for more than 10 years, he was not afraid of her at all, let alone respect her. They were grasshoppers on the same string. Unfortunately, Wu Lingsu still could not figure out what she wanted. However, he was certain that without him, she would not be able to achieve her goal. Wu Lingsu had racked his brains to find clues in the early years, but later gave up. He was already 100 years old. If he did not find a new way to prove the heavenly Tao through alchemy and cauldron dual cultivation, how could he humiliate the celestial capital's Mount Longhu? Anyway, she was beneficial to him. Wu Lingsu was not an idiot who worried for nothing. On the contrary, if he was not so smart, how could he be valued by Celestial Master Longhu? In his life, Wu Lingsu only feared one woman, Empress Xiao Ji in the palace. He only respected one woman, the king of Beiliang's concubine, who shared the same surname. It was rumored that she did not hesitate to break with the Wu family's sword tomb for Su Xiao, who was still a lieutenant in Jinzhou and rode a white horse to Liaodong. For General Su Xiao, by beat the war drums. Beiliang on the green ox path, she was even more at ease to take care of her husband and children. She walked further and further away from the supreme sword path that was originally hers. Wu Lingsu finally snapped out of her daze. She spat out a mouthful of saliva and said, hatefully, "The capital sent me to keep an eye on the butcher. What could I have seen? My hands and feet were tied up by Zhao Yute. I couldn't even leave the mountain. We're both kings with different surnames, but compared to Su Xiao, I'm nothing. Zhao Yute, if you force me into a corner one day, I'll go to the palace and report you." After saying this out of anger, the king of Qingcheng shuddered and laughed to himself. Just kidding. A day as husband and wife means endless devotion for the rest of your life. As the king of Qingcheng, I'll practice dual cultivation every day and sing every night. I don't care about the foul affairs of the secular world. Zhao Yute, if you want to torment me, do as you please. Anyway, just guarantee me and my father 100 years of prosperity. Zhao Yute, who was tall and didn't look like a woman, walked down the bell tower with a white ponytail horsetail whisk in her hand. She passed through the door and the hall. Along the way, the female Taoists and Taoist priests who met her all kept quiet out of fear. They all bowed their heads and didn't dare to speak. She acted as if there was no one around. She went out of the Qingyang Palace and came to a sword pavilion. This was the residence of the real king of Qingqing Mountain. However, she didn't enter the pavilion. Instead, she walked to the cenotaph behind the pavilion. The pavilion and the cenotaph were forbidden areas of the Qingyang Palace, not to mention trespassing. Even a little closer would be swept away by her horsetail whisk. Zhao Yute stopped for a long time and turned to enter the pavilion. She put down the horsetail whisk, ground the ink, and wrote with a brush. After this incident, the doubts of the people in the capital about Wu Lingsu can be dispelled. The king of Qingqing has long been a dead mountain. No one knows that he has 6,000 armors stationed there. Zhao Yute put down the brush and sighed softly. It's a pity that the Shenshao sword formation hasn't been broken. Otherwise, it would be even more foolproof. On the side of the Three Pristines Palace, Su Fengnian saw the sword formation withdraw and took the lead to cross the threshold into the main hall. He turned to look at Wu Shizhen, who was sweating profusely, and said with a smile, "Where's the art of immortality? My 100 light cavalry are waiting outside. If you don't give me a satisfactory answer, how much is 18 lives plus 36 lives?" Wu Shizhen, who couldn't be at ease anymore, laughed dryly and said, "I'll go and ask my father to come out and welcome the guests." Su Fengnian said contemptuously, "The king of Qingqing is so arrogant." The corpses in the square were all dragged away. The Taoist children held back their disgust and cowardice as they carried buckets and brooms to clean the ground. Jiang and I and the rest walked around the shocking pool of blood. Yu Yue covered K.'s eyes. Little Hawthorne was held by Wei Shuyang and didn't have much fear. Inside the hall, just as Su Fengnian finished speaking, little Hawthorne, who had just crossed the threshold of the main hall, whispered, "Look, the immortal has come out." The king of Qingqing, Wu Lingsu, was indeed very much in line with the common people's imaginations of Taoist immortals. He was clearly over 50 years old, but he looked like a man who had just reached 30 years old. He wore a purple Taoist robe bestowed by the emperor and looked very elegant. If there were scholars traveling around Qingqing who met Wu Lingsu in the forest, they would most likely think that he was an immortal who had descended to the mortal world and cowed out to him. They would be even more surprised by the mysteriousness of the king of Qingqing. In little Hawthorne's eyes, any Taoist priest or Taoist nun in the Qingyang Palace was undoubtedly a great immortal. The king of Qingqing dismissed everyone. Other than Su Fengnian and his group, only Wu Lingsu and Wu Shizhen were left in the main hall. It was enough to show his sincerity. Wu Lingsu bowed slightly and said, "I've seen His Royal Highness. Please forgive me for not going out to meet you." Wu Shizhen was stunned. Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Did you recognize me, King of Qingqing?" Wu Lingsu smiled and said, "His Royal Highness is full of vigor. I could tell at a glance." Su Fengnian took advantage of the situation and said tentatively, "Just now, there was a quarrel outside the hall. Please don't take it to heart, King of Qingqing." Wu Lingsu was full of energy and said, "It's a misunderstanding." Su Fengnian was surprised, but his expression didn't change. He said, "Won't I disturb your cultivation if I stay overnight?" Wu Lingsu shook his head and said with a smile, "Of course not. Your presence brings light to my humble abode." Su Fengnian looked around the main hall and laughed. What a magnificent humble abode. Wu Lingsu laughed and turned to say, "Wu Shizhen, greet His Royal Highness." Wu Shizhen bowed deeply and said, "Greetings to His Royal Highness." Su Fengnian said sarcastically, "I can't afford it. You used the Jade Cloud sword formation when you bowed at the Crane Pavilion. Now you're doing this again. Are you planning to use the divine cloud sword formation secretly tonight? Wu Shizhen just bowed and didn't stand up. His expression couldn't be seen clearly. Wu Lingsu, the king of Qingcheng, quickly came to his son's rescue and said, "Your Highness, you're exaggerating. I'll take you to your residence now." The back hall of the Qingyang Palace was an exquisite building in the style of a courtyard in Jiangnan. It was richly ornamented and magnificent. There were countless jade carvings of auspicious beasts and birds. They were so lifelike that little Hawthorne was stunned. It was an eye-opener. Wu Lingsu led Su Fengyin to a Ganoderma garden. There were 4 corridors on the east and west sides of the garden. There was a patio in the garden. Beside the patio, there was a 1,000-year-old cassia tree. Wu Lingsu saw His Royal Highness's satisfied face and said, "I'll ask someone to prepare some vegetarian food." Su Fengyin waved his hand and said, "Don't bother me after you've delivered the vegetarian meal. As long as you deliver a few decent secret manuals before you go down the mountain tomorrow, I won't hold a grudge against the Qingyang Palace." Jiang and I looked at the king of Qingcheng, who was still smiling, and left. He was puzzled and said, "Can't this Qingcheng mountain immortal attract thunder? Why didn't he strike Su Fengyin to death?" The old god of swords smiled and said, "Forget about the king of Qingcheng. Wu Lingsu, Qi Xuanzhen is more like it. This old man has some friendship with him. It's a pity that this Taoist has already ascended to immortality. Otherwise, this old man would be able to exchange a few blows with him at Mount Longhu. You'll be able to see the scene of thunder rolling and purple clouds coming from the east." Chapter 130, Qi Xuanzhen of Mount Longhu, Immortal Ascension, and Purple Cloud comes from the east. When all these things were put together and heard by Lu Yangshu and the other 2 in the courtyard, it was truly like rolling thunder. Even Wei Shuyang was dumbfounded. This one-armed old man's swordsmanship was superb. He easily broke through the red armor of the talisman general with 2 swords. It was indeed shocking. However, no matter how fierce and domineering his swordsmanship was, he was only a first-grade master in the eyes of the 4 people. His realm was unattainable. However, as long as he accompanied His Royal Highness in Jianghu, he would always meet a few of these masters. However, in the 100 years of Jianghu, how many people like Qi Xuanzhen had appeared? How many people of other surnames had suppressed the surname of Taoist master's residence for a full 30 years? In the 1,600 years of Mount Longhu, how many people had there been? The old man with the sheep fur coat claimed to be able to exchange blows with immortal Qi, and even forced the great immortal to summon the heavenly thunder with purple cloud comes from the east. Wasn't this boasting a little too much? Unexpectedly, Jiang and I only frowned and said, "Aren't you annoying?" The old god of swords wanted to say something, but stopped. He probably knew that he wouldn't be able to win Jiang Ni's admiration, and could only give up resentfully. When he brushed past the suspicious Xu Xiu, he slapped the tip of her buttocks at lightning speed and squeezed his fingers. When Xu Xiu came back to her senses, the sloppy old man had already walked far away. His 5 fingers hovered in the air and made the obscene squeezing gesture. He muttered to himself, "Compared to the cat girl, surnamed you, it's probably softer." As expected, only young women have assets. No matter how well they take care of themselves, they will lose their spiritual aura. However, for a woman in her 30s, this feeling is not bad. Isn't Su Fengyin too narrow-minded? He only has the cultivation of the Great Yellow Court, yet he really stupidly consolidates his vitality. Wanting to live forever is wrong. This kind of stupid method is even more wrong. Yu Yue had long turned a deaf ear to the crazy words of the old man. She led the 2 children, Kei, and Little Hawthorne, who regarded this place as a fairyland, into a corridor room. Su Fengnian picked the largest room and hooked his finger at Jiang and I, indicating that she could study and earn money. In the study, Bluebird laid out the rice paper and prepared a brush and ink. Su Fengnian listened to the sound of reading while he continued to draw the detailed lines on the talisman General. The Bailiang military department had several agency divisions, and there were many mechanical and civil engineering experts who could be said to have uncanny craftsmanship. Su Fengnian was amazed by the unusual indestructibility of the talisman General. He planned to secretly hand over the broken red armor and the blueprint to the agency division after returning to Bailiang to see if they could make a few puppet dolls. Yang Qingfeng was good at controlling corpses, exorcising ghosts, and summoning gods, and was destined to be useful in this matter in the future. Therefore, among the three of them, Yang Qingfeng, who was the most inconspicuous, was the one who couldn't die the most. As for whether Xu Xiu now bore a grudge against His Royal Highness for being heartless, would Su Fengnian, who had always been harsh and cold, care? After hastily eating an exquisite vegetarian meal, Su Fengnian took Bluebird to stroll around the Qingyang Palace. This palace worshipped the ancestor of Taoism, Li Laojun. Naturally, there were also several statues of the heavenly lords of thunder of the divine firmament sect. The greatest treasure in the palace was the precious wooden carving of the Tao Te Ching with 5,000 words. However, Su Fengnian had no interest in it. Even if Wu Lingsu was willing to give it to him, he would find it cumbersome. The Qingyang Palace, which had just risen in the hands of the Prince of Qingcheng, was not as profound as the ancestral court of Longhu Wudong and could not bring out many good things. Su Fengnian did not see many female Taoist nuns whose eyes lit up. They were probably carefully hidden away by the father and son. After strolling around leisurely, Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Let's go and see that iron chain bridge." After leaving the Qingyang Palace, the closer he got to the cliff of Qingyang Peak, the stronger the wind became. His sleeves fluttered in the wind. Su Fengnian walked with his saber in hand and finally saw the iron chain bridge swaying in the mountain wind. As for whether he could stand still when he stepped on it, Su Fengnian did not want to try at all. The body of the bridge was only made of 9 iron chains as thick as the mouth of a large celadon bowl. Excluding the 4 iron chains on the handrails, there were only 5 ground chains, which looked particularly narrow and dangerous. Each iron chain was connected by more than 1,000 iron rings forged from wrought iron. The iron chains were covered with wooden planks. The abutments were the earth dragon stake and the sleeping dragon nail that fixed the entire iron bridge. According to the historical records of Mount Qingcheng, the earth dragon stake weighed 20,000 pounds. At the 2 ends of the iron bridge stood 2 pavilions. The one on Qingyang Peak was called the Guanyin Pavilion, and the other was called the Listening Lantern Pavilion. Su Fengnian walked into the Guanyin Pavilion and said with a smile, "This pavilion is called Guanyin." "Guanyin what?" "The other side is called the Listening Lantern." "What lantern?" "Both names are inexplicable." Su Fengnian looked at the opposite peak and said regretfully, "If it doesn't rain, we won't be able to see the scene of thousands of lanterns facing the heavenly court." "Alas!" Qing Niao smiled and suddenly turned around vigilantly, staring at a tall and sturdy figure that was slowly walking towards her. Such a tall and strong woman was rare. She wore a Taoist robe and held a white-tailed horsetail whisk in her hand. Compared to the Qingcheng king's sanctimonious appearance, this middle-aged female Taoist priest looked ferocious. Her face was covered in scars. Thankfully, she was wearing the Qingyang Palace's divine firmament sect Taoist robes. Otherwise, the green bird would have mistaken her for a mountain spirit. Su Fengnian turned his head and glanced at her. His eyes were dull, and he stood up in a daze. Bluebird rarely saw His Royal Highness show such a dazed expression. The most recent time was in the first month of the year, when the bad news of old Huang's death on the city wall of the martial Emperor City came. His Royal Highness had just finished his coming-of-age ceremony and was drinking warm wine alone in the attic. Su Fengnian's mind was blank. He looked at the tall Taoist nun with a ferocious and ugly face in front of him. He didn't show the slightest arrogance when facing Prince of Qingcheng, nor did he show the ridicule and disdain of a handsome prince meeting an ugly woman in the wild. He was only in a trance. That year, His Royal Highness, who had just been conferred the title of Pillar of the State, was conferred the title of Prince of Qingcheng the next day. He had truly reached the pinnacle of being a minister under one person. Therefore, that year, the carriage on the Qingyo Road was like a dragon. His Royal Highness was only a few years old. He had just learned how to read and write with his mother, the naughty and mischievous princess consort, who liked to wear plain white clothes, seemed to be seriously ill. After recovering from her illness, she took her personal maidservant and her young son to Qingshan and Xiushui to relax and play. That maidservant secretly followed her away from the grave, where 200,000 swords were buried. She quietly followed her to the barren and desolate Jinzhou of Liaodong and experienced the fierce battles of the spring and autumn period with the Su family. The maidservant always wore a bronze mask on her face. When she drank water on the mountain, she took off the mask. His Royal Highness accidentally saw her and cried out in fear. After the princess consort, who had never beaten or scolded her son and only knew how to dote on him, went down the mountain, she actually punished the little heir to carry 2 thick books of the saints with both hands and to stand at the foot of a wall. He was not allowed to eat. The maidservant, who had put on the mask again, secretly brought a box of food and went to visit the little heir, who was punished to stand. However, she was kicked by the little fellow, whose hands were numb and full of resentment. This made the princess consort even angrier. The young heir only felt wronged and felt that his mother no longer cared about him. He cried heart-wrenchingly alone. The maidservant knelt silently at the side and accompanied the little fellow, who was facing the wall and reflecting, from crying to hoarse sobs and then to powerless sobs. The ignorant heir's hands had lost feeling, and he did not know where he had done wrong. But his mother said he was not allowed to eat, so he did not eat. Later, he could not even lift a book. He had 1 book on his head and 1 in his mouth. His appearance was so stubborn it made people's hearts ache. Later, he fainted and woke up on the bed. His mother sat at the head of the bed and told the story of the armored maidservant to the heir, who had been a young child at the time. The heir learned that this elder, who did not look like a maidservant, was his aunt's elder. She had grown up with his mother. In order to escape from a terrifying place, his aunt did not hesitate to fight with a great villain. Her face was slowly disfigured by 18 swords. His mother said that when his aunt was young, she had a heroic appearance and countless sword talents, loved her wholeheartedly. In these years of fighting, this aunt had been wounded countless times. Even great heroes like Xiao Chongling admired her. Later, the heir personally picked a handful of mulberries and handed them to his aunt. That year, under the Su banner, the armored maidservant knelt on 1 knee and took a handful of mulberries. That child helped her wipe away the tears at the corner of her eyes and said softly, "Aunt, don't wear the mask. If anyone says you are not pretty, Fengnian will slap their mouths." Right now, Fengnian is still young. Even if he cannot win, when he has the strength, he will fight with them. Here, I picked this. Aunt, don't cry. Eat the mulberries. This year, in the Guanyin Pavilion at the peak of Qingyang Palace, Su Fengnian walked towards the evil middle-aged nun. He reached out to wipe away her tears. He could not wipe them clean, so he kept wiping. He sobbed and said gently, Anne is pretty. Aunt, don't cry. Chapter 131. There is only one chapter today. Those who belittle their enemies are merciless. Those who belittle righteousness are merciless. And those who belittle filial piety are the most heartless. What kind of person was His Royal Highness? Countless courtesans in Bailiang said that he was affectionate and recognized the appearance of gold and jade. Scholars and scholars unanimously said that he was unrighteous and concluded that there was something rotten inside. Su Fengnian had long stopped paying attention to these gossip. At this time, he just accompanied Zhao Yute, who was no longer covered in armor, into the Guanyin pavilion and sat down. For some reason, after becoming the crowned Taoist nun of Mount Qingqing, she was even more burly than Su Fengnian. The two of them sat side by side. It was a bit funny, like His Royal Highness was a little bird. Su Fengnian could not hide his joy as he looked at Aunt Zhao. The armored maid, Zhao Yute, was a young swordsman servant of the Wu family's sword tomb. A swordsman servant was a person who was selected at a young age to have a different surname. They grew up with their masters and were carefully cultivated. They were silent characters who fed and nurtured their master's swords until the end of their lives. Each of them had outstanding attainments in swordsmanship since they were young. There were even powerful swordsman servants whose swordsmanship surpassed that of their masters before the age of 20. After their masters reached adulthood, a swordsman servant was only responsible for sharpening the heart of the sword and swordsmanship. They were not required to die for their masters. This was even strictly forbidden by the Wu family sword tomb, because they were afraid that the swordsmen of the Wu family would have nothing to fear. Wu Luding went south in a green robe with a sword. It was destined that a shadow swordsman's servant would secretly follow him. Every young swordsman of the Wu family left the mountain to practice swordsmanship. They were all outstanding geniuses. Once they left the sword tomb, there were only two possibilities. One was to become the #1 swordsman and return to the sword tomb with glory. The other was to die on the path of cultivation and not be buried in the sword tomb. They were not even qualified to take their swords back to the family. Su Fengnian asked softly, "And why are you in Mount Qingcheng?" Zhao Yute, who had been scrutinizing Su Fengnian's face, did not conceal anything. She said softly, "After I took off my mask, I supported Wu Lingsu to be my puppet. The Grand General needed Mount Qingqing to become an empty city on a dead mountain. No less than 6,000 armored soldiers were secretly stationed there to guard against future troubles. In the early years, his plan was that if the Bailiang cavalry was defeated in Beimang, Yongzhou would not be completely defeated without a fight. Otherwise, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to take back the natural stronghold. There were also some who were worried about being stabbed in the back by Gu Jiantang while the war was raging on the border. However, in recent years, the Grand General's armored vanguard had fought Beimang alone and did not lose at all. In addition, he was able to strategize in the imperial court thousands of miles away. He was not crushed by the title of being too powerful to intimidate the emperor. It could be said that he had gained a firm foothold in Bailiang. The matter of secretly stationing troops in Mount Qingcheng slowed down a bit. Deploying troops under the eyes of Yongzhou and the imperial court was not a small matter. I have been making wild guesses over the years. If the Grand General still has other arrangements in the eastern Jiang'a, then he is preparing for the worst. No matter how Bailiang's 300,000 cavalry collapses, these 6,000 armored soldiers can ensure Bailiang's entry into the western regions. The dynasty will no longer be able to restrain His Royal Highness. At the very least, the Su family will not end up in desolation. Su Fengnian sighed. Su Xiao has such a big plan. When I entered Mount Qingcheng this time, I made a detailed map. I just feel that this place is the strategic center of Yongzhou. It is a pity that there are no soldiers guarding this place. Hearing his aunt's words, with Su Zhao's temperament, there was a high chance that the sword pavilion had been bribed by him and had planted a death trap. However, I think that the imperial court may have many hidden pawns. It will depend on who strikes first, and who has more tricks. In these years, Li Yishan has replaced Zhao Chongling and Uncle Zhao as Su Zhao's strategist. There seems to be 10 rounds of listening to the tide. I don't know how many rounds it has been. Su Zhao's helplessness was that he was too eye-catching. He did not want a rebel, but there were people who wanted him to rebel even in their dreams. West Chu was killed in the Battle of the Western Wall. It was said that many old generals had privately advised Su Zhao to take the opportunity to take over the entire world. Which commander does not want to be the founding hero of a new dynasty? Which strategist does not want to be the teacher of the emperor? It's just that there was no righteous war in the spring and autumn period, and the 100 generations of wealthy clans gradually withered. Su Zhao is the culprit. Without the hearts of the people and the agreement of the scholars, even if Su Zhao can go north like a hot knife through butter and directly attack the dragon court, how can he sit firmly on the throne of the emperor? Zhao Yute, who called herself a servant, held Su Fengnian's hand and said with a benevolent smile, "His Highness is very similar to Mississippi. He looks like you and does things like you." Su Fengnian shook his head. Zhao Yute asked, why did His Highness not use the Bailiang-like cavalry to break through the Xinshao sword formation? If he gave the order, these fierce soldiers would have some loyalty to His Highness. Su Fengnian took out Li Yishan's special Xian paper that he had obtained from the foot of the spear falcon and handed it to Zhao Yute. He said softly, "After seeing this, I did not dare to mess around. Before leaving Bailiang, Li Yishan said that he would give me 3 brocade pouches. This is the first one. I wanted to beg him to give me all of them, but Li Yishan refused. He knew that I was a rascal who would open all of them at the turn of my head." Zhao Yute saw a line of words, "Stop when you meet the king. Don't kill if you can." She smiled and handed it back to Su Fengnian. Su Fengnian tore it up and threw it out. It was blown away by the wind. Su Fengnian asked curiously, "And is Wu looting the sword crown of this generation in the sword tomb?" Zhao Yute nodded calmly, without any change in expression. Su Fengnian subconsciously tightened his grip on Zhao Yute's hand and said with a sinister smile, "Then when I have the chance, I must meet the Wu family sword tomb's outstanding talent. I want to see if his swordsmanship is worthy of the sword crown." Zhao Yute smiled. "Your Highness, among your retainers, that one-armed old man is the most profound. Which sword Dao Senior is he?" Su Fengnian said softly, "Li Chungang, who was suppressed under the tide-listening pavilion by Su Zhao for many years. He's the god of swords of the older generation. I know he lost to Wang Xianji, but I don't know how he lost an arm." Zhao Yute smiled. "So it's god of swords, Li. No wonder. The ancestor who taught Miss and her servants swordsmanship when they were young was defeated by Li Chungang. Not only did he break his sword, he also destroyed his sword heart, causing him to have no hope of reaching the sword immortal realm. In the past 100 years, Li Chungang defeated a chief swordsman and took away a wooden bull. Later on, Dong Tai also won, but he didn't bother to pick a sword on Sword Mountain. Wu family sword tomb's reputation was swept away. Sword Crown Wu Luding will definitely fight with the current god of swords, Dong Tai, according to a few secret letters. Wu Luding has just entered the Finger Profound realm and is still some distance away from the celestial phenomenon realm. However, the most outstanding swordsmen of each generation of the Wu family never advance step by step. They all stop at 1,000 days and then advance at a tremendous pace. No swordsman in the world has as solid a foundation as the Wu family. Miss was like this in the past. With a sword in hand, she was only a rank 1 mortal before she left the tomb. She had a life and death battle with the previous chief swordsman, but she skipped the 2 major realms of Vajra and Finger Profound, and reached the celestial phenomenon realm. Su Fengnian looked at the empty valley on the cliff and muttered, "Aunt, I'm much more stupid." Zhao Yute shook her head gently. Generally speaking, if you can't enter the Vajra realm by the age of 30, you won't be able to reach the Finger Profound in your lifetime. However, Jian Jiuhuang stopped being a blacksmith at the age of 30. Who dares to say he's not an expert? Your Highness, you have countless secret manuals that you can browse through. I have a suggestion. You can consider being the first to strike 50 times and be unparalleled in the world. You don't have to learn from those experts who can defeat the enemy with a snap of their fingers, and you don't have to be like Chao Guanzi, who became better at fighting as the battle progressed. Your Highness' memory is unparalleled, so it's not difficult for you to read a lot of books. You just have to pick out 1 or 2 of the most quintessential moves from each of the hundreds and thousands of secret manuals. It's as if your Highness' cultivation in the Great Yellow Court can gradually be used for your own use. You can mix and blend the essence of your ancestors into your own body. Then you can go against the enemy 50 times. Every move will be like an antelope hanging its horn without leaving a trace. Su Fengnian was stunned for a moment and muttered, "It seems feasible." Zhao Yute smiled, but didn't say anything. Su Fengnian was instantly high-spirited, and the purple aura between his eyebrows was indifferent. The 2 of them sat in silence after reuniting. Su Fengnian said slowly after a long time, "I wonder how Su Zhao's journey to the capital went." Zhao Yute said in a low voice, "A sleeping tiger doesn't open its eyes. When it opens its eyes, it kills." Chapter 132. Qingqing King and his son, Wu Shizhen, sat opposite each other in the private courtyard of Qingyang Palace. Wu Lingsu's martial arts cultivation was average, but her immortal aura was comparable to that of a celestial master of Mount Longhu. She held the lid of the celadone cup with 2 fingers and gently spread the tea fragrance. Wu Shizhen was not in the mood to drink tea. Wu Lingsu took a sip of tea and said with a smile, "Do you hate His Royal Highness who is more arrogant than you?" Wu Shizhen gritted his teeth and said, "I only hate that I don't have power. I don't hate Su Fengnian. On the contrary, I admire the son of the king of Bailiang. How is he an unscrupulous playboy? He's clearly an expert at pretending to be weak. The 3 provinces of Liang, Yong, and Quan have been deceived by his act with Butcher." Wu Lingsu nodded and said, "Just you and I know about this. Don't tell anyone. Those who can see this clearly have already seen it. We don't need to remind them. Those who can't see it clearly are outsiders who can't speak. If you say it, you'll only be treated as a joke. Since we're weaker than others, we have to have the patience to lower our heads. This is not cowardice, but being sensible. Shizhen, I founded the Divine Firmament sect and was regarded as a big joke by the ancestral courts of Mount Longhu and Wudong. But hundreds of years later, who dares to say they know? After a rough study of the history of Mount Longhu and Wudong, I know that their ancestors were 100 times worse than me. I was conferred the title of king and monopolized the blessed land of Mount Qingqing. But this family property, which is not small, can be passed down for 10 generations and 100 generations and compete with other Taoist ancestral courts. It depends on whether you can bear the heavy responsibility first. Originally, I wanted to drink tea with you because I was afraid that you would only care about hating Su Fengnian and ruin my Divine Firmament sect's 100-year plan. I wanted to persuade you and see if you can listen to me or not. Now, it seems that I was overthinking. My son is indeed a person who can achieve great things. Shurjan, I might as well tell you the truth. If your plan is limited to one mountain and one palace, I won't let you go down the mountain. If you go down the mountain and go to the capital, it will be a waste. Wu Shurjan smiled and said, Father, I came to ask you to let me go to the capital. Wu Lingsu lowered her head and drank tea. That's good. Wu Shurjan asked, Then how should we interact with Su Fengnian? Never interact with him? If not, how can we control? Wu Lingsu raised her head and looked at the strange sky outside the window. She said, No contact. King Liang. Let me give you a warning. If Su luckily doesn't die and is to survive to become king, by luck, if he is, I will give you a king. King. But if something happens to Su Shao, or if Su Shao dies of old age, and His Royal Highness doesn't have that life, the Su family will fall apart. You can beat them when they are down. Father has already picked out a few precious secret manuals. Tomorrow, you will send them to the capital. When you reach the capital, the more you tell the imperial relatives about His Royal Highness's domineering and evil virtues, the happier Su Fengnian will be. Only then will the relationship between our Qingyang Palace and Beiliang Palace be truly strengthened. Do you really think that those literati in the imperial court who use all their strength to curse the pillar state are all loyal officials who are enemies with the king of Beiliang? Wrong. If you really want to secretly follow the vine to the melon, it's hard to say if you are a disciple of the pillar state. It was just that no one was willing to fuss over this matter that was rotten to the core. Even Grand Secretary Zhang Julu, who has power in his hands, can't take care of it. This is the laughable and lamentable aspect of the imperial court. How many people are loyal and how many are traitors in the court? In times of peace and prosperity, how can you tell? Only in times of chaos, West Chu and East Chu, who have lost their great cause, can the world see their true colors clearly. Wu Shurjan said softly, If Father participates in politics, you will definitely be able to overturn the clouds with one hand and rain with the other. You won't be any worse than Grand Secretary Zhang. Wu Lingsu reached out and poked her son. She smiled and said, Have you forgotten who taught you this ass-kissing skill? You don't need to use it on me. When you reach the capital, there will be plenty of opportunities for you to display your skills. Wu Shurjan looked out the window and said softly, To tell the truth, I am really jealous of Su Fengnian. The 100 Beiliang light cavalry he brought up the mountain are clearly brave and skilled in battle. They are far superior to the Yongzhou armored soldiers. There are only 100 people. Beiliang claims to have 300,000 armored cavalry. If they want to rebel, Wu Lingsu frowned and scolded, Quiet! Wu Shurjan smiled and said, I'm just speaking casually. I know the severity. Back then, the maidservant of the king of Beiliang's concubine became a nun unexpectedly after taking off her armor. Not only did she complete the Zero Treasure Sutra for the king of Qincheng, she also created the famous divine firmament sword formation. If the maidservant was like this, then how elegant was the concubine who personally participated in the spring and autumn war? Zhao Yute murmured softly, Come. Let's hear who is beating the beauty drum. The Wu family has a woman dressed in white. Come. Let's see who is the butcher of the human world. The royal banner with the character Su is chasing the deer. His Royal Highness, both the lyrics and the melody are good. I heard that the second commandery princess carved the words banishment to 3,000 miles on the statue of Zhenwu Great Emperor on Mount Wudong. Only such a woman can write such a soul-stirring Beiliang song. But in my opinion, the second commandery princess is more like a great general. Your Highness is more like Mississippi. If you don't learn the knife but the sword, it would be even better. I have guarded the tomb on the mountain for more than 10 years, waiting for this day. I have been guarding the great Liang dragon sparrow, but I am not satisfied. Your Highness, when you go down the mountain tomorrow, why don't you take the sword that Miss used to make the heroes of the world bow their heads? Here, the great Liang dragon sparrow is buried. Miss told me that if your Highness meets a good woman who happens to learn the sword in the future, you can take it as a betrothal gift. It's a pity that Miss can't give it to you personally. Su Fengnian said softly, Okay, I will take the great Liang dragon sparrow. Aunt, Fengnian can't guarantee that I will meet a woman like Mother. Maybe I won't be able to give it away for the rest of my life. Zhao Yute reached out and touched His Royal Highness' chin. The young master, who looked like a carved jade, now had a prickly beard. Her expression was sincere and kind. There was no trace of the wild and unruly attitude she had when she was facing Wu Lingsu and Wu Shizhen. She looked at Su Fengnian in a daze, as if she was looking at a close junior. The child had finally grown up and made a name for himself. The elder's eyes were naturally filled with pride and gratification. Zhao Yute said slowly, Heartless people seem to be heartless, but they are the most affectionate. Any woman who can be liked by your Highness is a great blessing. Your Highness is exactly the same as the general in this regard. I only hope that your Highness can meet that woman earlier and settle down quickly so that you can help each other in times of need. Don't forget each other in the martial world. Miss said that the martial Tao and the heavenly Tao are all about love. If people are heartless, how can there be a great Tao? They can't escape from drawing the moon with a bamboo basket. That's why there's a saying in Taoism that when a person attains the Tao, even his chickens and dogs will ascend to heaven. Your Highness, compared to your cleavage, I'm more fond of your Highness' nostalgia for nameless soldiers like Old Meng and Little Hawthorne. Su Fengnian sighed, but these can't win the hearts of Beiliang's soldiers. Zhao Yute's depression that had accumulated for more than 10 years was swept away. For the first time, she joked, when your Highness goes to Beiliang's border and personally goes to war with the general, everything will naturally fall into place. I heard that the second commandery princess dislikes you practicing the saber. Your Highness, you must hold on and not change your mind. A good man can't personally lead an army to kill people. It's ridiculous. My greatest hope in this life is to wait for your Highness to lead an army of millions and immediately go to Beiliang to flatten that dynasty. Su Fengnian made a face and looked troubled. Auntie, flatten a dynasty is too technical. Besides, if we succeed, no one will be willing to reward us. Maybe His Majesty will be more concerned about when our Su family's bloodline will be cut off. Inadvertently mentioning this, Zhao Yute's face was gloomy and ruthless, but her tone was calm, revealing an austere sharpness that matched her swordsmanship. With red eyes, she said bleakly, When the world was just settled, Miss was pregnant with your Highness for 6 months. When the old emperor heard that Miss had a chance to have a child, he couldn't wait to get rid of her. In that battle, Miss went to the imperial palace alone without the general's knowledge. She faced 3 Finger Xian realm practitioners and 1 celestial realm practitioner. Although Miss succeeded and retreated, she was left with an incurable illness. After a few years of peace in Beiliang, Su Fengnian stared blankly at the listening lantern pavilion opposite him. For no reason, there was a torrential rain on the mountain peak. After the storm, clouds and mist lingered, and thousands of lanterns were lit. In the pavilion, Su Fengnian, Zhao Yute, and Bluebird, who had been standing outside the pavilion, seemed to be in a fairyland. The roars of wild beasts could be heard from Mount Qingcheng, reverberating incessantly. Su Fengnian asked in surprise. And what is this? Zhao Yute smiled and said, there is a strange beast in Mount Qingcheng that has lived for hundreds of years. It is called tiger kuei. When it is young, it has 1 horn and 4 legs. When it is adult, it has 2 horns and 6 legs. Its body is covered in black scales, and once it is angry, its whole body will turn red. This adult female tiger kuei was originally only dormant in the remote mountains, but when she was pregnant with a young tiger kuei, her appetite soared. In the past 2 years, she has been close to Qingyang Peak. I once took my sword to see her true appearance. Tiger kuei is fierce and unparalleled, especially when she is pregnant. My Qingang sword was bitten off by her. I can't do anything to her, and she can't do anything to me. After several confrontations, there was no result. Later, I let her wander around Qingyang Peak looking for food. According to ancient records, it takes 3 years for a strange tiger kuei to be pregnant, and the birth should be in the near future. Zhao Yute listened to the continuous roars and asked in confusion, Tiger kuei seems to have met a well-matched opponent. Is there anyone or beast in Mount Qingcheng who can fight with her? Su Fengnian was confused. That night, after Su Fengnian returned to his room, he still heard 2 different kinds of roars. It was not until late at night that the roars faded away. The next day, Su Fengnian went down the mountain holding a red lacquer sword case in his hand. Inside the case was the great Liang dragon sparrow. Wu Lingsu, the prince of Qingcheng, personally saw him off to the crane pavilion. Wu Shizhen respectfully presented 3 secret manuals with both hands. Inside the bell tower stood the Qingcheng female champion, Zhao Yute. This armored maid wanted to know who would come to hold the great Liang dragon sparrow sword and beat the beauty drum for the little Fengnian, whom the miss loved the most. Chapter 133. Su Fengnian smiled calmly and said, Don't rush to get off the carriage. It's boring for me to do it alone. I might as well tell you the trick of the ocean of Qi. If you have nothing to do, you can learn it. Immortality is a lie, but it's definitely true that it can prolong life. The Wudong Mountains breathing technique may seem simple, but it's actually very useful. It's the foundation of the great yellow quartz cultivation. It combines the ancient Kunlun sect's 5 suitable 6 methods, the Wudong Jade Pillar's 16 sentences to cure illness and prolong life, and the yellow quartz Lotus Sutra Dain technique, created by the young martial Uncle Hong Shixiang. Grandpa Wei has a book with the same name as the ancient book, but it's different. Grandpa Wei, as the immortal of 9 bushels of me, also said that he'll admit defeat once he sees this book. Come, I'll teach you the formula to prevent the cold from invading your chest. You must know that in the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, the heart is the monarch's organ, and the lungs are the auxiliary organs. It can be seen how important the chest is. This formula also needs to be kneaded with 10 fingers. If you can't manage it, I can help you. Yu Wei listened attentively at first, but when she saw Su Fengnian's foxtail was exposed, she felt a little helpless. But in the end, she didn't lift the curtain and get off the carriage. Sitting in the corner, she changed the topic and asked softly, Why didn't you bring Kay, and little Hawthorne? Do you have the heart to let them become bandits like Old Man Meng? Su Fengnian asked back, Isn't it good? Yu Wei said angrily, Su Fengnian, who are you? You're the eldest son of the king of Bailiang, the most favored son of the great pillar state. You can obviously give the 2 children a bright future. Is this kind of trivial matter difficult for you? You even dared to kill the immortals of the Qingyang temple in the eyes of the children. Why are you so stingy when it comes to it? Su Fengnian sat with his hand on his saber, his finger gently flicking the embroidered winter saber's scabbard. He didn't say anything, as if he felt that Yu Wei was unreasonable and didn't even bother to explain. Yu Wei's face turned red. and her eyes were filled with sorrow. Su Fengnian asked again, "Do you think it's lucky that I brought these two children down the mountain, and they're better off than the children of wealthy merchants? If he didn't want to be a thief who had to worry about rice and salt all day long, at least his life wouldn't be in danger. Then what should he do? Raising eagles and fighting dogs all day long, or doing some small business like me, and then being targeted by the enemies of Baelyang Palace, who knows when they will suddenly die? Yue, do you know what annoys me the most about you fellows from landowning households? It's precisely because you think you're infallible and worry about the country and the people. You all have a scholarly air about you. You seem to be pressing forward courageously and have a clear conscience. But have you ever asked the people what they need? Was Su Xiao the one who started the Spring and Autumn War? The Shangyin Academy scholars and scholars all felt that they cared about the world and wanted to uphold the orthodoxy of the emperor. They used the country as a chess piece. In the end, millions of people died, millions of armored soldiers died, and the common people were several times more. But how many people from Shangyin Academy died? Even if you heard that some scholars and loyal ministers jumped off the cliff to show their sincerity, and their names were left in the history books, and their names will be passed down through the ages. But for insignificant common people, like old Meng, who would remember their life and death, your father, the scholar of Jixiao of Shangyin Academy, wrote a lament poem in grief and indignation, saying that the flag on the great Phoenix City was lowered and that there was no one in the country who was a man. In my opinion, what Spring and Autumn Morning poem champion? It's just a bunch of bullshit. Everything is fake. The royal family of each country should be wiped out, but the common people who can't hear are the real mourning poems. You and your father were taken hostage by the refugees. You must have heard it, right? Do you remember? My second sister wrote a song about Baelyang. How is it praising Su Zhao's bravery and skill in battle? The poor Baelyang has millions of households. How many people are wrapped in iron clothes and withered bones? She is cursing Su Xiao. Just tell me, how many emperors, kings, generals, and ministers are there? Is she imitating your father's group of scholars, singing praises? Yue, do you know why I don't want to kill you? I want you to open your eyes wide and watch. Not only I want to take you to see Jianghu, I want to show you what real life is. Later on, I want to take you to Baelyang's border to see the iron armor, to hear the iron hooves, to let you know what real war is. Su Fengnian paused for a moment, and then, with a tranquil laugh, he said, "Of course, I don't want to kill you, but I still want to bully you." Yue was silent. Su Fengnian continued his breathing. This Heart Sutra taught by Wudong was different from the guidance of the ancients. After Wei Shuyang's research, there were many modifications. The hearts who was changed to who, the livers who was changed to who, the spleens who was changed to who, and the gallbladders he was changed to he. It was of great benefit to the practitioner when ordinary martial artists practice boxing. They shouted loudly not simply to strengthen their momentum, but to coordinate with the guidance of the Qi movement of the Heart Sutra to burst out in an instant. However, most of them did not understand the main points. They could not achieve a balanced and long movement, and their breathing was in accordance with the way of heaven. When Su Fengnian and the white-haired old man went to Wudong together, they rode an ox and swayed in the strong wind at the top of the mountain, but they did not fall. The young Shirshu's appearance looked funny, but in the swaying, it was actually wonderful. No one outside Wudong believed that this young Taoist could carry the tripod for the black tortoise, but Su Fengnian gradually believed that the ox rider might really be a once-in-a-century Taoist, immortal like Qi Xianzhu. However, no matter how immortal he was, it was useless if he did not leave the mountain. The prosperity of Mount Longhu in the past few decades was because of the Taoist master who prolonged the old emperor's life, and not because of Qi Xianzhu, who was very powerful. At noon, they ate some wild game at the foot of Chaoyang Peak. Yue did not get off the carriage. Su Fengnian did not expect this little kitten from West Chu to be tamed by some nonsense. The hatred of family and the hatred of the country accumulated together, and the two people who walked different paths could not make plans together. How could they be resolved with just a few words from Su Fengnian? Moreover, he did not want Yu Wei to be a submissive concubine. Without her wild aura, it would not be fun. Su Fengnian was just about to go to Jiang Ni's carriage to listen to the book when he heard a thunderous roar from the mountain forest overhead. It sounded like the roar of a wild giant beast before its death, and it shook everyone until their scalps went numb. Su Fengnian instructed the three people, Lu Qiantang and Yang Qingfeng, "Follow me up the mountain. Shu Xiu, you go call Mingame. Remember to follow us. This strange beast that has been the king of Mount Qingqing for 200 to 300 years is not easy to deal with." Su Fengnian swept into the mountain forest, his figure as agile as a mountain rabbit. Every time the tip of his foot touched the ground lightly, he could leap several feet without using any force. Behind him, Lu Qiantang and Yang Qingfeng looked at each other in shock. This was not a feat that an ordinary martial artist could achieve. When Shu Xiu and Ning Amei saw His Royal Highness, they saw a strange scene. The ancient trees in the mountain forest were all broken, and the ground was covered in blood. Under His Royal Highness' feet was a huge beast that they had never seen before. It was already dead. Its skin turned from red to black, and its abdomen was cut open. His Royal Highness, covered in blood, lowered his head to look at the two young beasts that had just been reincarnated and opened their eyes. He held one in each hand and said with a smile, "One of you will be called Vajra and the other Bodhisattva." Chapter 134. When Su Fengnian rushed to the place where the adult female Kuei was buried, he saw the miserable scene of the Qingqing beast dying. Including its tail, it was 2 zhang long, and its weight was estimated to be at least 500 jin. The body of this invincible behemoth in the forest was actually covered with scars. The ground was covered with broken scales, and 2 of its 6 legs had been cut off by sharp weapons. It could be seen how tragic the previous battle was. Su Fengnian saw that its body was fatally injured, but its eyes were not closed, and was puzzled for a moment. Yang Qingfeng was an expert in beast taming. Ignoring the rules, he rushed forward and knelt in front of Hu Kuei, stroking the beast's abdomen with both hands. Only then did Su Fengnian notice the abdomen of the dying Hu Kuei. Yang Qingfeng explained with a shocked face that there was a cub in its abdomen that was about to be born. Su Fengnian did not say anything and handed the short knife Spring Thunder to Yang Qingfeng, using the Spring Thunder blade to slide open the huge beast's abdomen that was as hard as iron. The female Kuei, who only had a few breaths of life left, still turned its head with difficulty and looked at its abdomen as if it wanted to see the birth of the child with its own eyes. Yang Qingfeng fished out 2 small beasts from the bloody hole, 1 male and 1 female. First female, then male, that was the brother and sister. Su Fengnian squatted on the ground and took the 2 small scarlet cubs. He moved and carried them in front of the strange beast, as if to let it see with its own eyes that the child was alive. The adult female Kuei, whose breath was gradually weakening, finally slowly closed its eyes. The sweaty Yang Qingfeng's hands were stained with the female Kuei's blood. He said with incomparable excitement, "When they open their eyes, the cub will recognize whoever it is as its parent. The opportunity is fleeting. Your Highness must not be careless. When they will open their eyes, I dare not say, Your Highness, please wait until they open their eyes for the first time before letting go. This kind of once-in-a-lifetime opportunity is really hard to buy with money. If I didn't guess wrong, the strange beast's name is Hu Kuei. Usually, it is a male Kuei that lives in the underworld. Every 500 years, it breaks out of the ground and is born with a female tiger. Although there are male and female kuei in history, they are often unable to give birth. When they meet water, they are like dragons. This kuei is strange. His Royal Highness has the mandate of heaven. The pair of tiger cubs began to struggle and wrestle. The scales that were brought out of their mother's abdomen cut Su Fengnian's hands. Yang Qingfeng looked nervous, reminding him that this was the sign of the cubs opening their eyes. But at the crucial moment, Su Fengnian was holding the cub BBB of the cub BB, and cub of S, cub B of A of the of. As for me, I am not your father. That is absolutely true. I am not lying to you. Lu Qiantang, who held the crimson cloud greatsword in his hand, heard His Royal Highness's serious words and held back his laughter. This His Royal Highness was always shrewd and gloomy, but there were indeed times when he was hard to dislike. Yang Qingfeng was extremely vexed. The first thing the cub saw when it opened its eyes was the dead kuei, and not His Royal Highness. This kind of rare mandate of heaven that made the cub obedient was only a hair's breadth away from the imperial robes of the various dynasties. How could he just give away His Royal Highness for nothing? However, when Yang Qingfeng, who felt as if a knife was twisting in his heart, saw the cub stick out its tongue and lick the blood from Su Fengnian's palm, and then its two small heads nestled together and rubbed His Royal Highness's arm as if their hearts were connected, Yang Qingfeng felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders, and his mood became slightly better. Su Fengnian stood up and named them Bodhisattva and Vajra. This was the scene that Xu Xiu and Ningame had coincidentally bumped into. The cub in Su Fengnian's hand began to twist its body. Yang Qingfeng, who was in a good mood, smiled and said, "Tiger kuei cubs are countless times stronger than colts. They should be able to walk now. Your Highness can find a water source for them and wash them for a while." The ancient books said that tiger kuei cubs need to come into contact with water to be effective. Just now, when Your Highness leaped over that small stream, it was not bad. The water is shallow, so they won't be able to dive and slip away. If it were a river or a deep pool, it would be a bit troublesome. Su Fengnian nodded and said, "Lu Qiantang, bury this mother kuei together with General Ning." Yang Qingfeng said in shock, "Your Highness, if the tiger kuei scale armor was made into armor, it would be invulnerable to swords, spears, water, and fire. It wouldn't be the least bit inferior to that red armor of the talisman general." Su Fengnian narrowed his eyes and glanced at the loyal and devoted Yang Qingfeng, but didn't say anything. Yang Qingfeng kept quiet out of fear, not daring to say another word. Chapter 135. Su Fengnian carried them to the stream bank and placed them in the water. The two cubs sank into the clear water and played in the water as if they were walking on flat ground, creating countless splashes. When they were a little further away from the stream bank, the smaller sister, King Kong, seemed to not see Su Fengnian. She opened her mouth and bit her younger brother. The two cubs floated out of the water and rushed towards Su Fengnian, who was sitting on the bank. In the end, they almost stepped on the water and jumped into His Royal Highness's arms. Su Fengnian almost fell backward. His chest ached, but he didn't care. Ignoring the cub's natural armor and thorns, he reached out and touched the two naughty guys who were close to him. Su Fengnian smiled brightly. Ningame didn't know the inside story. He only felt that the cubs looked strange and didn't seem ordinary. Xu Xiu whispered to Yang Qingfeng beside her, "Surnamed Yang, what are these cubs called?" Yang Qingfeng was indifferent and stood there like a piece of wood. Xu Xiu charmingly curled her lips and said, "Stingy." Yang Qingfeng just looked at the back of His Royal Highness, who was playing with the young Kuei by the stream bank. She didn't understand why she wasted the precious corpse of the mother Kuei. Shu Xiu subconsciously murmured, "His Royal Highness, I always felt that he was more friendly to some inconspicuous people and things. To us, it's not even as good as his mount." Hearing this, Yang Qingfeng sneered and said, "That's only to you." Shu Xian recalled how His Highness the Crown Prince had called her Annie Shu, and how His Highness the Crown Prince had repeatedly said that he wanted to send her out of the dilapidated Taoist temple and Qingyang Palace. She was so angry that she wanted to kill someone. However, her heart was filled with anger and resentment, but her face was as charming as a flower. She smiled with a hidden dagger and said, "I don't know who it was that was frightened by His Highness the Crown Prince's gaze just now." Yang Qingfeng crossed her snow-white fingers in front of her chest. Shu Xiu sneered, "Yang Qingfeng, if you have the ability to make a move, I guarantee that I won't fight back and will let you do whatever you want." Yang Qingfeng was angry, but she didn't make a move. She only said calmly, "Sister, no wonder His Royal Highness addressed you as Aunt Shu. Auntie Shu is already so old. Yang Qingfeng has no interest in taking advantage of her. He must be picky, especially His Royal Highness." When Shu Xiu was angry, she could always make people not look at her angry face. But at the sight of her chest trembling slightly, young Kuei could already walk unsteadily. Although he would fall when he ran too fast around Su Fengnian, he was still safe and sound even if he fell and kicked up dust. He stood up shakily and was still as lively and active as before. When Su Fengnian saw Ningame and Lu Qiantang walking over, he stood up and brought the siblings who were playing behind him back to the caravan. Jiang and I, who was sitting beside Bluebird, was stunned when he saw the two lively little guys. The old god of swords heard the noise of the young Kuei and lifted the curtain to take a look. He said in surprise, "The spiritual energy is so rich that it can be compared to the black tiger who listened to Qi Xuanzhen's lectures for more than 10 years. Su Fengnian carried the young Kuei by the neck and entered the carriage. "He didn't see you, Yu Wei." She probably didn't want to see him, so she ran to Jiang and I, and old man Li to sulk. Su Fengnian took off the embroidered winter and spring thunderblades and sat down cross-legged. The two young Kuei used their small heads to nudge his calves. Su Fengnian patted them twice. When they raised their heads in puzzlement, Su Fengnian pointed at the two little guys and smiled. "You are called Bodhisattva. You are the elder sister. You are called Jin Gang. You are the younger brother. Let me explain again. My name is Su Fengnian. I am not your father. All right, I am going to practice the Huang Ting. Don't make trouble. Otherwise, I will hang you up and beat you." It was strange to say that the young Kuei, who was making a fuss, quieted down after Su Fengnian sat down to practice. It curled up at Su Fengnian's feet and didn't move. If the male Kuei who was born later than it could only be the younger brother moved, it would be bitten by its sister, who was actually smaller than it in size. It didn't dare to fight back. It was taboo to be distracted during practice. But for some reason, Su Fengnian thought of this pair of siblings and the young Kuei so much that the corners of his mouth curled up. He couldn't concentrate on his breathing, but the flow of qi in his body was smoother than usual. Su Fengnian couldn't help but think of the words he said while riding behind the waterfall on the mountain. The Taishang Wang Qing is not emotionless. Wang Qing is silent and not emotional. It is like forgetting. If you remember, it is true love. As the saying goes, the speaker cares. If he is pleased and forgets to say something, the Tao is not the Tao. If you know by chance and want to say something but stop, then you know it. Su Fengnian opened his eyes and scolded with a smile. "What Xiankong Dao? You always like to speak ambiguously and inexplicably. Bull Rider, if you are really the Zhenwu Great Emperor, go down to Wudong if you have the ability. If this is too difficult for you, then get lost to Jiangnan. Su Fengnian stopped smiling and muttered to himself, "Is it harder to meet a woman than to become the number one in the world with 2 Daos on his shoulders?" The 2 ancestral courts faced each other. 600 years ago, the dragon and tiger were prosperous. Wudong Mountain was almost wiped out, and most of the Taoists fled down the mountain. 300 years ago, Wudong suppressed the dragon and tiger. The dragon and tiger lowered their heads to the lowest point. In the past 100 years, the dynasty had raised the dragon and tiger again and again. Wudong was worse with each generation. Even Wang Zhongluo and the previous sect masters had never entered the capital to meet the emperor. The next 100 years, very few people really thought that the black tortoise would rise for 500 years. In this battle between the North and the South that had been secretly fighting for a whole 1,000 years, who would emerge victorious? Or would it be the little celestial master surnamed Qi, who was known to have the best comprehension ability and the best progress in martial arts on Mount Longhu, who had a chance to stand shoulder to shoulder with Qi Xuanjin in terms of cultivation? Su Fengnian really did not understand Hong Xixiang's Tao. Compared to winning against the Dragon and Tiger Mountain, where the 4 great divine masters ruled and produced generations of talents, wasn't it easier to go down the mountain to Jiangnan? Su Fengnian lowered his head and said bitterly, "I won't know your Tao in this lifetime. If you don't say it, if you don't do it, how would my big sister know? You just hide on Wudong Mountain and ride a bull. You know my ass." Chapter 136. Wudong Mountain's headmaster, Wang Zhongluo, passed away at Little Lotus Peak. As this news spread from Beiliang to the east, west, and west, the world's Taoist sects were in an uproar. Didn't they say that they could break the Kanglin with one finger? Didn't they say that they had just cultivated the Great Yellow Court? How could they say that they had ascended to immortality? It should be known that this ascension to immortality was not like Mount Longhu's Tao, but death. They died of illness and old age like ordinary people, and Wudong Mountain did not hide this at all. At the same time, when the world learned of Wang Zhongluo's death, the headmaster of Wudong Mountain was not Qingyao, who was second only to Wang Zhongluo, nor was it the oldest danding master Song Jiming, nor was it the mute Wang Xiaoping with outstanding swordsmanship. Instead, it was the young Wudong martial granduncle, Hong Xixiang, who was not even 30 years old. Who was Hong Xixiang? Even many Beiliang pilgrims did not know his name. At most, they only knew that this junior brother, who was highly regarded by Wang Zhongluo, did not have much ambition. He only did trivial things like riding a bull to relieve boredom, studying the meaning of the classics, and building a furnace to refine pills. Occasionally, scholars and literary heroes would climb the mountain to write poems, or high-ranking officials and dignitaries would climb the mountain to burn incense, but they did not see the figure of this young Taoist. On the tortoise camel tablet, on Little Lotus Peak, a young and elegant Taoist who grew up on this peak had changed his attire. He wore white socks and a red sandalwood Taoist hairpin with a taiji pattern engraved at the end. The wide and long-sleeved Taoist robe on his body was exceptionally new and noble. There were 2 sword-shaped long belts sewn at the buttons of the Taoist robe. This was a unique decoration of Wudong. 600 years ago, the great Taoist master Lu Dongxian rode a crane to Wudong and used the great way of the sword to create the 2 Taoist robes of Wudong, which symbolized cutting off worries and severing the mortal roots. For Wudong, after Lu Dongxian, who was number 1 in the way of the sword and the way of the heavens, ascended, each generation began to deteriorate. Especially in the last 100 years, there was no longer the majestic atmosphere of the ancestral court. The young Taoist gently leaped onto the tortoise camel tablet and looked at the stairs of the divine path shrouded in clouds. When he was young, he was thin and sallow, and his legs were weak. Wudong was full of snow, and the stone steps were piled with thick snow. The Taoist priests did not have time to sweep the snow, so he was carried by his old master. It was said that Big Senior Brother waited for a day and a night under the black tortoise Dongxing's memorial arch. When he went up the mountain, he stole a few glances at Big Senior Brother. Every time, Big Senior Brother would greet him with a smile like a well-off neighbor's stove that was just warm but not hot. He clearly remembered that, at that time, Big Senior Brother only had white hair. When he grew up, he quietly had a head full of silver hair, like his master. Big Senior Brother really did not look like a Wudong sect leader. He chopped firewood, made fire, pickled vegetables, cooked, built houses, swept snow, and did everything. His good temper was learned from Big Senior Brother. So Big Senior Brother said that he was Wudong's hope for the next 100 years. Although he was timid, he did not run away. He learned moral precepts with Second Senior Brother Chen Yi, consulted Third Senior Brother Song Jiming on the theory of the pill cauldron, studied the Jade Pillar Heart Sutra with Fourth Senior Brother, and watched Fifth Senior Brother practice the sword. As for what the way of the heavens was, Senior Brothers could not figure it out, so he was not in a hurry. He always felt that as long as he stayed on the mountain, one day he would understand it. When he was 14 years old, he was riding an ox and saw a red dress. He could not forget it and delayed his studies. Big Senior Brother did not scold him. Later, when he saw her again, she said that she was going to Jiangnan and they would not meet again. He gathered his courage and said that he was going down the mountain. Big Senior Brother asked him if he was coming back. He did not say because he never lied. But Big Senior Brother still did not get angry. He only said, "Little Junior Brother, wait for a while." When Big Senior Brother finished cultivating the great yellow courtyard, "You can go down the mountain." Back then, Master only allowed you to go down the mountain when you became #1 in the world. That was a lie. A young man at such an age, always staying on the mountain with a bunch of old men, was indeed unreasonable. Later, he patiently waited for Big Senior Brother to finish cultivating the great yellow courtyard. But when he came out of seclusion, he shrank back. Every time he went to the Black Tortoise Will Prosper, he looked up at the 4 big words written by Lu Dongxian with a sword and silently turned to go up the mountain. In the end, Big Senior Brother gave up his great yellow courtyard, knowing that he was going to die. He rubbed his head at the edge of the cliff of Little Lotus Peak. He smiled and said that it was better for Second Junior Brother to be the chief. Go down the mountain. If you don't go, Big Senior Brother will kick you down. What Black Tortoise will prosper? Let nature take its course. Big Senior Brother only understood one thing when he was about to die. The sky is not high, but the human heart is higher than the sky. The Tao is not high, but the human heart is higher than the Tao. Cultivation is nothing more than cultivation of the heart. Second Senior Brother Chen Yao had unknowingly arrived at the peak. He laughed softly and said, "Chief, if you read the forbidden book in the future, you should do it openly." Standing on the tortoise camel tablet, the new Wudong chief turned around and squatted down. He asked with a bitter face, "Second Senior Brother, Big Senior Brother originally wanted you to be the chief. Are you angry with me?" The old Taoist Chun Yao laughed and said, "You want me to be the chief of Wudong? Big Senior Brother can think of that. It's obvious that you can't beat the 4 celestial masters of Mount Longhu in a fight, and you can't beat that Mr. White Lotus in a quarrel. Isn't this a disgrace to Wudong? Don't talk about me. Go ask Song Jiming and Yu Xingrui, who would be willing to be the chief. If you say this to 5th Junior Brother, let's see if your little Senior Brother Wang won't chop you with his sword." Squatting on the tablet, Little Junior Brother rubbed his cheeks and sighed. "Second Senior Brother, I don't think I'm very good at fighting." Chun Yao, who had always been serious, joked, Master said that the 5 of us together can't compare to you. Besides, our Wudong doesn't want to fight with others. Whether it's the imperial tutor or the feather-clothed minister, Wudong has never been interested in this since we established the ancestral court. For 1,000 years, Mount Longhu has been racking their brains to go to the capital, but we have refused to go to the capital every time. Ancestor Lu Dongxian has long made it clear that the place with the most vulgar yin qi in the world is the imperial palace, and we can't go there. Although the incense on the mountain is pitiful now, no one will starve to death. The mountains are clear and the water is beautiful, and everyone is blind. When those little Taoists see you, Martial Granduncle, some even have to call you Great Martial Granduncle, but when are they afraid of you? They just respect you. Who wouldn't be willing to help you herd cows? This can't be seen on Mount Longhu. The Celestial Master Residence is the Celestial Master Residence, and Mount Longhu is Mount Longhu. They are clearly separated, and they are not as harmonious as our Wudong Mountain. Eldest senior brother said in private that the principle at the foot of the mountain is that amiability breeds wealth. On the mountain, amiability breeds Tao. I think eldest senior brother's cultivation is high, but he can't beat me in reasoning since we were young. But I think this sentence is reasonable. The young chief said worriedly, I wonder how little senior brother Wang's Tao of the sword is going? Don't go to Wu family's sword tomb or Mount Longhu to fight. Sigh, little senior brother Wang's sword doesn't seek sword moves, but divine intent. Chun Yao comforted. 5th junior brother's Tao of the sword is the best on the mountain. He can't save people as well as eldest senior brother, but he's more powerful than eldest senior brother. Before he left, you gave him the deed of thorough comprehension. I believe that as long as 5th junior brother is willing to put in some effort, it will be greatly beneficial. Hong Shixiang, who was no longer called Martial Granduncle by the younger Taoists of Mount Wudong, said awkwardly, my deed of thorough comprehension was written blindly. At this moment, the dusk drum sounded in the mountain, the fog dispersed, and the scenery of the big and small Lotus Peak could be seen. Hong Shixiang stood up and looked into the distance. He was lost in thought. Chen Yao smiled and said, what's the harm in calling you chief? Are you no longer our little junior brother? So what if eldest senior brother passed away? Is Mount Wudong going to collapse? So what if Black Tortoise won't rise for 500 years? Are you no longer Hong Shixiang? When Shifu brought you up the mountain, he naturally had the idea that you would shoulder the burden of Mount Wudong's prosperity. But more than that, he just wanted you to be free and unfettered. Eldest senior brother was even more so. Little junior brother has been riding an ox these past few years, with books hanging from its horns, carefree like an immortal. We old fellows are envious. 1 divination a day, each time with a frown on his face, we secretly look at it with joy. So whether we go down the mountain or not, we don't care. Chun Yao's rules, Song Jiming's pill cauldron, Yu Xingrui's jade pillar, Wang Xiaoping's sword intent. There was also eldest senior brother's martial arts and cultivation. After passing the Black Tortoise Dang Xing Memorial Arch, everyone on the mountain went on blind dates. This was Hong Shixiang's home. Riding an ox to read books, refining pills to relieve boredom, 8 steps to overtake cicada only for the spider web. The mountain peak moved with the astral wind just to see the scenery outside the mountain clearly, feeding and talking to yellow cranes just to find it fun. This was his Tao. I don't seek Tao. Tao will come naturally. The youngest chief in Mount Wudong's history didn't say anything. He just let out a long breath. He took a step. This step covered a distance of 10 feet. He directly stepped out of the tortoise camel tablet and stepped out of Little Lotus Peak, Mount Wudong's 72 peaks. The clouds and mist of the 72 peaks rolled and surged towards the small lotus. Hong Shixiang stepped on the back of a yellow crane and rose into the blue sky. Chen Yao raised his head and looked at the strange scene. He muttered, "Shifu, eldest senior brother, you should really take a look. Little junior brother has stepped into heavenly phenomenon." Chapter 137. After leaving Mount Qingqing, Su Fangyan hired 4 large boats to sail down the Swallow River. This river was extremely turbulent, with tall mountains on both sides and steep cliffs. The narrowest part of the river was no more than 500 feet. It was only second to the Kuei Gate Pass, where a Taoist saint rode a green ox. This section of the river was filled with small gorges, and large gorges surrounded small gorges. Su Fengyan was wearing a white robe. He stood at the head of the boat and smiled at Yu Yue, who was holding Wu Meinyang. We just passed by the Book Beach and the Sword Beach, where the founder of Wudang, Lu Dongxian, kept the heavenly book and the ancient sword. Don't think that it's dangerous. The Dongling Gorge is the most dangerous place. Our 4 boats are already the limit. If we get any bigger, no matter how familiar the boatmen are with the river, they will all sink. Back then, Old Huang and I were scared half to death. I even got seasick and vomited all over Old Huang. That's why the fishermen here all say that the Book Beach and the Sword Beach are not really beaches, and the Dongling Gorge is the gate of hell. Later, the boat will shake violently. Don't stand here. Yu Yue looked at the scene in front of her, and her face turned pale. Just as she was about to turn around, she widened her eyes. She saw a small boat sailing against the current. It was heading straight for the leading boat, which was guarded by the halberd Ningame. A young man in a green robe, who looked like a scholar, was holding a bamboo pole. He held the pole with both hands and stabbed it into the water. The back of the boat under his feet tilted up. At the same time, the bamboo pole under the boat was lifted up by the handsome man. A dark green bamboo pole bent in a half-moon arc. On the other side, the boat was still standing. On the other side, the boat was flipped upside down by the bamboo pole. Was this green-robed man the Dragon King? The boatmen on the other 3 boats were scared out of their wits. The pole on the river shocked the world and made ghosts and gods cry. The boat under the green-robed man's feet smashed back into the water and drifted away. Su Fengyan widened his eyes and said to himself, "This skill is too overbearing." When they reached Xiong province, they were not far from the capital. The 6 kings of the imperial family all had their own fiefs, except for the Duke of Huainan Zhaoying, who hated war since he was young. The other 5 kings all had varying military power. Zhao, king of Jing, and Zhao Heng, Zhao Sui, Zhao, Ao, and Zhao. Then Zhao, king, was king and of his army. Back when General Gu Jiantang was summoned to the capital, he took off his armor and entered the capital alone. Most of his old subordinates were in the hands of these 2 powerful kings. The smoke of the spring and autumn war had yet to disperse, and the world had just settled down. It was a wise move to have the princes of the imperial clan take control of the country. No one in the dynasty had any objections to this. Only Su Shao, who was given the title of king with a different surname, had attracted criticism from the court. Back then, other than Gu Jiantang, who was expected to be stationed at the border, the civil officials and strategists wanted the king of Yen, who was not inferior to Su Shao, to move to Beiliang. But in the end, neither Gu Jiantang nor the king of Yen were able to lead their troops to the north. For example, Zhao Ying, the Duke of Huainan in Xiongzhou, and Zhao Sui, the Duke of Jiaodong in Liao. For these 2 vassal kings, the imperial family was often punished, and many of their sons and grandsons were demoted to commoners. For example, the Duke of Yenci. According to the rules of the imperial family, he was not allowed to enter the capital. Even after the late emperor passed away, the current emperor refused to allow the Duke of Yenci to enter the capital. It was rumored that the Duke of Yenci prayed to the north, so much so that he vomited blood and fainted. He was bedridden for several months, and his filial piety made the northern scholars, who originally had a bad impression of this arrogant and ruthless Duke of Yenci, regret. In Magu city of Xiong province, the prefecture, overseer, governor, and a group of civil and military officials were all 30 li away from the city. It was a huge formation just to welcome a person who was passing by Xiong province. The king of Huainan, Lu Ying, did not leave the city. According to the imperial clan and vassal laws, the princes of the imperial clan were not allowed to leave their fief without permission. Even if they went out of the city to visit the tombs of the province or went out of the city for a spring and autumn hunt, they had to submit a memorial to the prefecture overseer of the capital on behalf of the king of Yen before they could leave. Otherwise, the officials of the province would be heavily implicated. The king of Jiaodong had once tried to test the law, causing the prefecture overseer of Jinzhou to be removed from his position. The governor and other military officials were transferred away from Liao province, and their official ranks were demoted by 2 levels and sent to the border of the southern kingdom, under the jurisdiction of the king of Yen. The first article of the imperial clan and vassal laws was that the 2 princes were not allowed to meet. The king of Huainan, Lu Ying, was known for his adherence to the rules. He did not dare to cross the line of the imperial clan. Occasionally, his descendants would be punished for violating the rules, but the cultured and refined king of Huainan would not say anything. Fortune and misfortune came hand in hand. Lu Ying became the prince of the imperial clan who went to the capital to meet the emperor the most, and was rewarded generously. Dozens of Bailiang's lackeys, who were once famous in the Jianghu, surrounded a carriage. Among them, there was Fan Zhenhai, who had beheaded the lord of the Forbidden Villa with 1 strike. There was also Han Lao's Han, the junior brother of the older generation's martial Dao grandmaster, Spear Fairy Wang Xiu. There was also the one-eyed dragon, Enchanting, who was known to be able to defeat all Vajra realm masters. The 300 heavily armored cavalrymen galloped like thunder. The prefecture overseer of Xiong province, Yao Baifeng, and everyone else bowed in reverence. The curtain was not lifted, and no one walked out of the carriage. Only a hoarse voice was heard. "Enter the city." Unexpectedly, no one dared to show the slightest bit of anger. One had to know that Yao Baifeng was the leading figure of the scholars of the 3 northern states, and he was also the head of the Yao clan of Xiong province. Back when Grand Secretary Zhang Julu was still in the Dehuang sect, he had consulted prefecture overseer Yao many times. The Yao clan had a total of 5 generations, and they were all second to none in Confucianism. The Yao clan's 5 heroes, from the first to propose the virtue of being informed to the understanding of things, and then to the reasoning of things, were of the same origin. Together with the Zhu school's Confucianism of the Shangyin Academy in the south, they were known as the 2 champions of assisting the nation. The north and the south complemented each other, and they had always been favored and highly regarded by successive generations of emperors. Yao Baifeng had devoted his entire life to developing his family's studies into national studies, and his students were all over the world. With such a transcendent status, he still lowered his head to the martial artist in the carriage who didn't even bother to show his face. It was no wonder that Confucianism had no backbone. More than half of the world's top 10 noble families had been eliminated by this butcher, who wouldn't be afraid. What's more, at the advanced age of 60, he took in a concubine. The scholars of Confucianism only treated it as a moral essay, and received a favorable comment from Yen Ruyu. However, Butcher bluntly scolded him for being old and frivolous. After Master Yao heard this, she was so angry that she closed her door and refused to receive visitors for half a year. It was only when her students persuaded her that she began to lecture again. In Magu City, the Duke of Huainan, Lu Ying, was barefoot and his hair was untidy. His hair was messy and draped over his shoulders. He drove away the servants and stood alone in the small pavilion, drunk. He muttered to himself and seemed a little crazy. Near the city gate, the king of Bailiang, who was scolded as an old man, slightly hunched his back and opened the curtain. He looked sideways at the old Yao Baifeng and asked, "The one surnamed Yao is old and frivolous. Where is Lu Ying?" Yao Baifeng, whose body was especially sore from riding a horse without meat, said helplessly, replying to the prince, according to my dynasty's ancestral teachings, "The Duke of Huainan is not allowed to meet you." The guy who was the king of Bailiang, Su Xiao, narrowed his eyes and said, "Oh." The horse caravan passed through the central axis of Magu City. Everyone knelt on the ground and didn't dare to raise their heads. It was just that every short distance there was a shout. It was incessant. It made Yao Baifeng and the group of officials' scalps go numb. Jinzhou 18th Old Barracks, Green Mountain Barracks, Infantry Zhuzhen pays respect to the great general. Liaoshi Heavenly Pass Barracks, Cavalry Songgong pays respect to the great general. Pipa Barracks Archer Gong Duankang pays respect to the great general. At this time, Yao Baifeng and the others couldn't help but remember the last words of the brilliant Bailiang soul-suppressing song. It was really frightening. Su Xiao was born an outstanding person. Su Xiao is also a ghost hero in death. I laugh as I go to Fengdu to recruit old subordinates, banners 1,000,000 to kill the king of hell. Chapter 138. The Dragon King in green robe blocked the river with his pole, causing the boat to topple over and the horses to fall into the water. For a moment, the river surface was unusually noisy. Many of the Phoenix Battalion soldiers were not proficient in water. In addition, the reef was abrupt, so after a few ups and downs, they were about to drown. Ning Amei picked up an armored soldier with one hand and his horse with the other. That tall, jet-black steed was forcibly dragged onto the deck of the boat by this halberd-wielding general. After saving the men and horses, he immediately leaped into the water. His bow, Iron Halberd, was left behind by his adoptive father. Even if Ning Amei drowned, he would still fish it out. At that time, the young man in green robe arrived on the floating boat and used the bamboo pole to raise the waves. If it were not for the fact that he did not have a halberd in his hand at that time, he would not have been defeated by that strange assassin. When Ning Amei broke out of the water, Su Fengnian drew his embroidered winter saber and chopped the railing of the big boat into more than a dozen pieces, kicking them into the Swallow River. His body floated down. Stepping on a wooden railing, he bent down and grabbed a Bailiang armored soldier and threw him back to the big boat. At the same time, Lu Yangshu and the other two, as well as Bluebird, all flew into the river like a swan treading on snow, each of them saving people and horses. The other three boatmen only saw the shadows skimming the surface of the river. They were dumbstruck. They originally thought that this group of river-crossing warriors was just a group of elite soldiers, but they did not expect that there were actually many immortal masters hidden among them, especially that handsome young master who wore a white robe and a jade belt. He had a pair of sabers on his waist, but his appearance was not gaudy at all. If the man in green robe who floated in and out of the small boat was the Swallow River Dragon King in human form, then this young master was a white dragon crossing the river with indescribable elegance. Su Fengnian went back and forth 4 or 5 times, breathing in and out continuously. He was not tired at all. Stepping on a section of the railing that he had chopped off with his embroidered winter saber, he looked toward the ghost gate of Dong Ling. He had a headache. Most of the people who fell into the river had already been rescued, but there were still 2 people who were about to hit the reefs of the ghost gate, so he did not have time to rescue them. When sailing a boat, he was not afraid of the wind and waves, but he was afraid of the reefs. 2 Baelyong war horses hit the reefs with a loud crash, creating a pool of blood which was swept away in an instant. Su Fengnian tiptoed on the railing and floated toward a reef. When he swept out again, it was just that one person was about to hit the reef. Su Fengnian looked back and saw that Ningame had just rescued a comrade at the bow of the boat. Su Fengnian suddenly had an idea and shouted loudly, "Ningame, throw the halberd and help me." Ningame took a step back with his right foot and roared angrily. He threw out the 80-kilogram halberd and stabbed it straight at a soldier who was about to hit the reef. Su Fengnian grabbed the halberd and took advantage of the momentum to fly up. At the critical moment, he grabbed the light cavalryman from the Baelyong battalion and nailed the halberd into the reef. Su Fengnian placed the light cavalryman in his hands on the reef and leaped up again and again. Finally, he saved the last light cavalryman from drowning. Together, they sat on the reef. The river water roared and splashed. Su Fengnian's luxurious clothes were soaked. The red date mark between his eyebrows shone brilliantly. The light cavalryman from the Phoenix Battalion, who had narrowly escaped death, coughed violently. He raised his head to look at the expressionless face of His Royal Highness. He was a little confused. His life had been saved by His Royal Highness, who was rumored to have no regard for human life in Baelyong. The large ship floated down. Ningame pulled out the reef halberd and pulled up the Baelyong soldiers. Su Fengnian helped the light cavalryman, who was in a daze, onto the bow of the ship. The captain of the Phoenix Battalion, Yuan Meng, had a complicated expression on his face. Not only him, but many of the light cavalrymen were also dumbstruck. Su Fengnian ignored them and only ordered, "General Ning, count the number of men and horses. Whoever loses his war horse will be punished and will make up for his mistakes in the future." Ningame cupped his fists and said in a deep voice, "As you command." Even Yuan Meng couldn't help but lower his head and say, "As you command." The wet Su Fengnian entered the cabin, and the green bird helped him change into a new set of clothes. Su Fengnian frowned and said, "Fortunately, the Book Sword Beach is still fine, and most of the rocks are exposed. If we were to go down to the gates of hell, when the water is dry, the submerged rocks are like a stone forest, and the waterway is even narrower. I'm afraid we would have fallen into the water, and there would have been several casualties. Who is that man in green? He can overturn a large ship with just one strike of his bamboo pole, and his strength is beyond the description of a tiger. His dexterity is even more frightening, and it is clear that he has concealed superior swordsmanship. Aunt gave me a book on how to break the Wu family's withered sword on Mount Qingcheng, and I saw that the man with the bamboo pole in his hand was a bit like the mountain lifting in the Wu family's sword tomb. Could he be this generation's sword champion Wu Luding? Bluebird held her hair in one hand and an ivory comb in the other. She carefully combed Su Fengnian's hair and said softly, "Let's not talk about whether or not that man is Wu Luding. Young Master's method of saving people is very pleasing to the eye." Even Ningame and Yuan Meng were cheering for young Master just now, especially when you flew with the halberd. Even this servant had to praise you. Su Fengnian lowered his head and looked at his red palm. He said self-deprecatingly, "Compared to overturning a ship with a single strike of a pole, my skills are far inferior. Unless the old god of swords, Li Chungang, is willing to help, no one can stop that guy who might be Wu Luding. They can only watch him leave on the ship. But to tell the truth, whether or not this move is the sword tomb's mountain picking because of Gugu's 40 years of sword practice and the Wudong mountain riding bull's teachings of a set of fist techniques, there is a phrase in it. The mountain is heavy. As it is heavy, I use one tail to lift 10,000 jin. It is really a coincidence, so when I saw it just now, I was able to comprehend it by analogy. This is actually a good thing. Sure enough, I have to hurry up and let Lu Qiantang practice with me. After the calamity, Dongling Gorge became even more strange. The mountain peaks were abrupt and rugged, and the river was narrow and winding. There were only 3 ships left in the gorge. They brushed past the reefs again and again. It was hair-raising. Su Fengnian once again stood at the bow of the ship. The 2 young Kuei were chasing and playing by his feet. It was unknown when the old man wearing the sheepskin fur coat appeared behind Su Fengnian. He laughed and said, "Young man, you have some experience in grasping people's hearts. If this old man did not know that the green-clothed swordsman was not one of your men, he might have suspected that you deliberately arranged this." Su Fengnian said, "Unhappily, I'm not that generous." Su Fengnian asked, "He really uses a sword?" The old god of swords nodded and said, "How can this old man not know whether or not he uses a sword? Those who come from the Wu family's sword tomb have the unique pedantic smell of withered swords. It's just that this young swordsman has taken a path of the sword that the Wu family's sword tomb is unwilling to take. In the future, his achievements will be greater than those of the previous generations. The prerequisite is that he can pass the Dongyue sword pool and Dong Tai. If he passes it, it won't be difficult for him to enter heavenly phenomenon from the Xian finger stage. If he doesn't pass it, the withered sword will be a real withered sword. How about that move, mountain toppling? Are you scared? Why don't this old man teach you the move? See, overturning. Aren't you tired of carrying 2 swords? How about you lend one to this old man? If you do, this old man will immediately let you see the scene of a sword going against the flow of a great river." Su Fengnian sneered and said, "Don't even think about it." The old man picked his earwax and curled his lips. How can such a coward achieve great things? Su Fengnian said to himself, "What is Wu Luding trying to achieve with this pole?" Li Chungang said impatiently, "Kid, are you stupid or stupid? Isn't it just to make a name for yourself in the martial world? Otherwise, why would Wang Xianji call herself the second in the world? Why would Dong Tai use a peach blossom branch to make mischief? With a name, it would be perfectly justifiable for him to fight with others. Otherwise, who would be willing to deal with a nobody? When this old man was young, no matter who he was up against, he would chop melons and vegetables. Wasn't that just because he was swayed by his emotions and wanted to make a name for himself? Later on, when he got older, he lost his competitive spirit. This old man, Qi Xuanjun, was really hateful. He talked about swords with him and caused this old man's state of mind to be in a mess. Not only did he fail to step into the realm of earth immortals, even the realm of heavenly phenomenon was close. One of his arms was chopped off, and he was suppressed under the tide-listening pavilion. Kid, be more polite to this old man in the future. There are only about 10 heavenly phenomenon experts. It's just a pair of hands." Su Fengnian stretched out his arm and let the snow-white spear falcon land on his arm. He took out the small bamboo tube and pulled out the secret letter. He was stunned. Old man, Li had just said that he was one of the few heavenly phenomenon masters, and now he was tilting his head to peep without any demeanor. Su Fengnian did not mind. Li Chungang was also stunned, and then he clicked his tongue and said, "Giving Wang Zhonglo to your great yellow court was a losing deal that risked his life. This old man had already expected. It's just that that new chief called Hong Shixiang did not even care about the Vajra finger and the 4th level of the profound realm, and he's already heavenly phenomenon in one step. Kid, don't play dumb with this old man. Tell me the truth. Can this be trusted? Su Fingnian said emotionally. If it was someone else, I wouldn't believe it. But for someone who rides a bull, I believe it. Li Chungang looked at the river surface and said absent-mindedly, Isn't this what Qi Xuanzhen did back then? 20 years of cultivation stagnant. Once he comprehended, he became a celestial phenomenon. In another 10 years, he would become an earth immortal. Su Fingnian threw the secret letter into the river and said with a smile, No matter what celestial phenomenon or earth immortal, I'll practice my blade. Chapter 139. The old man rubbed his earlobe and mocked, Practice the knife? Let's not talk about the little Wudong chief who entered celestial phenomenon in one step. How can you compare to Wu Luding, who can lift a mountain with a pole? You still have the heart to practice the knife? Practice my ass. With your cultivation speed, you can only eat the dust behind these geniuses for the rest of your life. As the son of Rin Tu and Wang Fei, don't you feel ashamed? Su Fingnian smiled calmly and said, What's there to be ashamed of? As long as the knife is in your hand, it's a mess. As long as you put in effort, there's nothing to complain about. How is Su Xiao a top martial arts master? Isn't it the same for the family business? My second sister was angry at me for practicing the saber because she was afraid that I would go crazy and abandon my home for the sake of practicing the saber. However, there are some things that can't be discussed on paper. The Shangyin Academy is the best example. Talking fast can only be a contest of strength between wise men. Once you meet a boar, you have to rely on your fists and knives to reason. There are only a few knowledgeable people in the world, and even fewer people with great knowledge. The old god of swords smiled and said, That makes sense. This old man also doesn't like Confucian scholars to talk. Qi Xianzhu had such a bad temper back then, but he's a freak outside of common sense. He can reason with extravagant words and also slay demons and devils to become a Taoist priest. If he didn't have any tricks up his sleeve, who would be willing to listen to his lectures? On the back of Su Fingnian's feet lay two naughty little tiger kuei, who were dozing off because they were tired from running. Su Fingnian bent down and squatted down, reaching out his hand to stroke the two cubs. The old god of swords suddenly stopped talking. Su Fingnian stood up, waking up the two cubs. They continued to jump happily at the bow of the ship. Su Fingnian asked curiously, Old senior, can you really fly the sword? The old man still looked up at the cliff without answering. At the end of the ridge, the two cliffs were as neat as a knife. They were less than 10 feet apart and were shaped like a door, allowing only one boat to pass through. That was the last gate of hell. On the mountain rock were the 4 words, Ghost Weeping Impregnable Pass. It was carved by the great Taoist Lu Dongxian of Mount Wudong, who ascended on a crane. Interestingly, Lu Dongxian was known as one of the 3 immortals of pill, sword, and poem. Not only was his swordsmanship superb, he was also a famous land sword immortal. At the same time, he was also proficient in alchemy. Many poems and poems, but there were only 8 words calligraphy, except Ghost Weeping Immortal Pass and Black Tortoise Rise, both, and out of the gate of hell, the view suddenly opened up. The Yangtze River, Shu River, and Kanglin River converged. This was once the battlefield of the 3 kingdoms of spring and autumn. Since ancient times, it was a famous place where countless heroes fought. The river water changed from rapid to slow, and the river surface changed from narrow to wide. It was as if a lifetime had passed, falling from the netherworld to the world of the living, making people feel relaxed and happy. Su Fingnian saw old man Li, who wore a smelly sheepskin coat all year round, coming out of the gate of hell. He was still turning his head to look at the 4 words, Ghost Whale's Impregnable Pass, on the cliff. He was a little sad. When this god of swords of the older generation in the Jianghu was not picking his feet, nose, or ear wax, especially when he was standing still and concentrating, Su Fengnian clearly remembered that he was Li Chungang. Even if his sword was broken and his arm was broken, he was still a celestial who once dominated the world of swordsmanship. He heard the old man murmur, "This old man did many ridiculous things when he was young. He entered Vajra at 16, Finger Mystery at 19, and reached Celestial Phenomenon at 24. He was known as a sword celestial talent that only appears once every 500 years. When he first appeared in the Jianghu, he stepped on the tower and crossed the river under the gaze of millions of spectators. When he was 24, he went to the Dongyue sword pool to challenge Wu Wei of the Plum Blossom Sword Sect. He humiliated that senior to the extreme and caused him to stretch his neck to commit suicide. When he was 36, he claimed that he was invincible in the world and that the other 4 grandmasters were just fishing for fame. Even if Wang Xiu, the green robe of Fengdu, and the red armor of Fu Jiang joined forces, they would still be defeated by my sword. Later on, I did not lose to them, but lost to the junior Wang, Xianji. She left Fengdu to find me. This silly woman purposely let me pierce her chest with my sword. In order to save her, I went to Mount Longhu and asked Qi Xuanzhen for the life-prolonging golden pill. However, before I reached the devil-slaying platform, she died. Before she died, she said that she did not want to live. She wanted to die in my arms. If she lived, we would be strangers again. She was unwilling. Even at that time, I still did not have the courage to say it. Without her, 1 sword, 2 swords, 100 swords, 10,000 swords, so what? This gate of hell was the place where I first met her. At that time, I could already fly with my sword, but she was just a silly girl who had not yet learned martial arts. Later on, how she became the green robe of Fengdu, and why she became the green robe of Fengdu, I do not know. I only know that we will never meet again in this life. All kinds of glory and disgrace, all kinds of things are like smoke in the wind. I like little Jiang because I feel sorry for her. She climbed the Lotus Peak and went down the devil-slaying platform. I learned from Qi Xuanzhen that she was the daughter of my enemy. Since she was unfortunate enough to meet me and could not kill me, she wanted to die in my hands. The most bitter is lovesickness, the furthest is yin and yang. Su Fengnian was speechless. All kinds of deeds of the sword god, Li Chungang, in the past were blurred in the past 40 years. Qi Xuanzhen had already ascended, Wang Xianji stayed in the martial emperor city, and never left the Eastern Sea. The green robe of Fengdu was already dead, and the red armor talisman general seemed to have become a puppet. Those who were lucky enough to see the sword god of the older generation, even if they were still alive, were mostly old people in their 60s. It was just like the old saying of the sword immortal ancestor Lu, that all glory and splendor would become an illusion when sleeping until the 2nd or 3rd night watch. Thinking of 100 years later, no one would be an ancient person. Chapter 140, Li Chungang said self-deprecatingly, "When I was young, I wanted to be Ancestor Lu, which is exactly the same as Qi Xuanzhen. It's just that I liked Ancestor Lu's sword, while Qi Xuanzhen was Ancestor Lu's Dao. That's why I liked to use Ancestor Lu's flying sword to take people's heads, but I was scolded by Qi Xuanzhen." This old Taoist sat on the devil-slaying platform and said something about the 2 of them fighting, the upper part chopping off the neck, and the lower part chopping off the liver and lungs. So what if the flying sword was 1,000 miles away? Listen, isn't this tone very arrogant? At that time, this old man was disheartened and willingly admitted defeat. In addition, he saw this guy who was both friend and foe flying in the white rainbow with his own eyes. He really had nothing to say. At that time, he felt that maybe he was wrong. Qi Xuanzhen had comprehended the longevity, physique. This old man who had 1 foot in celestial phenomenon and 1 foot in earth immortal retreated 1,000 miles. After going down the mountain, one of his arms was chopped off and he fell into finger mystery realm. He didn't dare to say anything about slaying a flood dragon. However, after all these years under the tide-listening pavilion, he understood a simple truth. Hey, Chi Xuanjin, this old urchin deliberately misled me. Su Fengnian sighed softly. The ship no longer swayed when it entered the river. Back then, it was an eye-opener for him and old Huang. After a long time, the old god of swords finally came back to his senses. When he was ready to turn back, he saw Jiang and I, who was vomiting all the way out of the cabin. She held onto the railing, and her face was still pale. However, she was much better than Sword Book Beach and Dongling Pass. Compared to Su Fengnian, who was half dead for the first time on the ship, both of them were more or less in a sorry state. Blue Bird jumped down from the second floor of the ship lightly and said softly, "Your Highness, the person who overturned the ship is waiting for us in the middle of the river." As expected, the ship gradually moved forward, and they saw the green shirt guest again. This Wu Luding really ate a lot of bear's heart and leopard's guts. Wasn't one pole provocation not enough? Could it be that he would only stop when all of them were flipped over by 3 poles? Su Fengnian's eyes widened as he looked at the Wu family's sword crown that was becoming clearer and clearer. This young swordsman's appearance was nothing out of the ordinary. His face was old-fashioned, and at first glance, one could tell that he was an unapproachable and reclusive person. The withered sword of the sword tomb had always been like this. If a junior swordsman wanted to leave the mountain to gain experience, they had to first defeat an ancestor of the family, regardless of life or death. Wu Luding was tall and slender. Today, he did not bring a sword with him. Instead, he carried the dark green bamboo pole on his shoulder with both hands. His posture was extremely arrogant. Jiang and I endured the discomfort of vomiting. Even she could see the daring assassin on the floating boat. The boatman had said that this person was the Dragon King, but she didn't believe him. She turned her head and frowned. Looking at Su Fengnian, she weakly asked, "You can't defeat this person?" Su Fengnian laughed involuntarily and shook his head. "Of course not." Jiang and I sneered and said, "Then what did you learn from your sword practice?" Su Fengnian laughed and said, "I don't know either, but you can ask Elder Li if he knew he would become a sword god from the first day he practiced swordsmanship." Little did he know that old man Li would expose him. This old man knew. Su Fengnian rolled his eyes. Jiang and I was in a good mood. She smiled, and 2 dimples quietly appeared on her cheeks. Su Fengnian smiled and said, "You look good." Jiang and I immediately put on a straight face. Su Fengnian said with a cheeky smile, "Little mud man, come, smile again. If you smile, I will raise my sword and kill that first-rate swordsman, even though I know I can't defeat him. This is such a good deal. Who knows, I might never return. If the old sword god comes to save me, you will cry and snot. This way, you can guarantee that I will die in battle. How about it? Smile one more time." Jiang Ni's little head was dizzy. Seasickness made her want to jump into the river. She hated His Royal Highness, who insisted on taking the boat down. She spent a lot of effort thinking about this deal. Finally, she could not resist Su Fengnian's bewitching urging. Finally, she squeezed out a stiff smile that she thought was impeccable. Su Fengnian immediately laughed and scolded, "Too ugly. No sincerity. I won't do a deal that will make me lose money." Jiang and I helplessly changed her smile a few times, but it was not satisfactory. Su Fengnian deliberately sighed and said that the deal was not going to work. Anyway, there were many experts on the boat. He did not believe that they could not defeat that bastard who came alone to seek death. Even the Dragon King, would be skinned alive. Jiang and I smiled for a long time. Her little face was stiff. In the end, she saw that His Royal Highness, who was afraid of death, and was secretly happy. She was so angry that she ran up to Su Fengnian and wanted to fight it out with him. Su Fengnian threatened, "Bite me? Be careful that I don't let the Vajra Bodhisattva bite you." The timid little mud man did not dare to go forward. He widened his eyes, hoping to use his gaze to cut Su Fengnian to death. Su Fengnian held his stomach and laughed. After laughing, he turned around with a serious expression. For the first time, he held his saber with both hands and prepared to float out of the boat. He really wanted to fight that pole-wielding Wu Luding. Su Fengnian was just about to rush out of the boat. The old god of swords, who had been watching the two young fellows fight, waved his sleeve and pulled Su Fengnian back. His Royal Highness fell on the deck of the boat, looking funny. Jiang and I finally smiled, knowingly. The old god of swords was in a daze. He looked at the vexed Su Xiaoshou, and then looked at the smiling Jiang and I. Back then, when they met by chance, he crossed the river with his flying sword and recited poems. She was lying on the railing of the boat with the same smile. That year, it was the time when the youngest and most dazzling sword genius, Li Chungang, was the most high-spirited. It was also the age when that silly girl was the most naive and innocent. When they brushed past each other, he only pursued the great way of the sword and did not miss it. She, on the other hand, foolishly missed it for the rest of her life. The old god of swords silently recited the poem from back then. When I forge 3,000 blades, a jade dragon howls when I open the box. The spirit in my hand is 3 feet of ice. A snake of divine will on the rock. The old god of swords stretched out his only arm and said softly, "Su Fengnian, lend this old man a sword. Just a sword." Su Fengnian was stunned. Li Chungang muttered, "I owe you a sword." Su Fengnian gritted his teeth and pulled out embroidered winter. He threw it above the river as if he wanted to throw it to the green shirt on the small boat 1,000 feet away. The old god of swords, who was facing Zhang and I, looked at her one last time. Back then, he said that the little clay figurine in Su Xiaoshou's mouth looked like the king of Beiliang's concubine. In fact, it was not completely true. She looked more like the girl who liked to wear green clothes. Li Chungang smiled and floated out of the boat upside down. He raised his head and laughed heroically. "Little green robe, look at this sword of Li Chungang." Frowning and thundering, the evil flood dragon of the Swallow River is fat. Wielding my sword in the air, I'll return at the second watch. With his back facing the small boat, the green shirt, the sword crown, and the embroidered winter knife were gone. Without the divine weapon wooden horse and ox, the old man, who only had one arm, held the embroidered winter that was not a sword. He turned around and casually used a sword move. Qi Xuanjin said that I used sword strength to prove my Tao, and was not as good as the Tao of heaven, yet you said that one sword move was enough. I, Li Chungang, want the Tao of heaven. One sword move was enough. At first, no one saw the elegance of this sword move. They only felt that it was boring. The river was silent. However, the green shirt Dragon King did not care about the small boat. He shot far away. In an instant, the river was split open with a rumble reaching 2,000 feet. Such a legendary sword, immortal of the land. If there were any flood dragons in the world, they would be killed on the spot. Chapter 141. Although it was said to be one night watch, the sword that could split rivers and slay dragons did not even need one night watch to return. Old man Li's sword broke the sky for no reason, as if he had returned to the highest state of martial arts. Without any surprise, he floated back to the bow and threw Xiaodong back to Su Fengnian. He looked at the river and the cliff as if he had untied the knot in his heart. He smiled bitterly, and then walked into the cabin silently. Lu Qiantang, who was watching the tide and practicing his heavy sword, was stunned by this sword. He finally remembered the carefree senior who stepped on the tide of the Guangling River a long time ago. Not to mention a strong swordsman like Lu Qiantang. Even Wei Shuyang, who had abandoned his sword to cultivate Taoism, could not help but have his hair and beard fluttering. Which young man would not want to follow sword god Li's footsteps in Jianghu? Dong Tai was the new sword god, but he was not as intimidating and convincing as Li Chungang. Dong Tai was half immortal and half demon, like a celestial being who was millions of miles away from the earth. After his debut, he had only fought with Wang Xianji, Chao Guanzi, and a few others. After that, there were some scattered rumors, which made people think about it. However, sword god Li of the older generation had made a name for himself in Jianghu with his sword, especially the love and hate entanglements he had with women. Many of the younger generation yearned for him. For example, the old Taoist priest Wei Shuyang remembered that when Li Chungang was at the peak of his martial arts, there was a female poet who admired him and wrote countless poems. She praised Li Chungang for destroying the first peak of Zhongnan with his flying sword, said that the green snake in his sleeve was bold, and even said that his 3-foot spirit was like Ancestor Lu, standing up for the heavens and the people. All of this was in the past. She was old and her hair had turned white. She had been buried in a lonely grave, but before she died, she did not forget to ask her descendants to burn her poems. When sword god Li was still in Jianghu, there were countless of her who became the weak water, but he did not take any of them. Back then, there were many people and many things in Jianghu just like them. Their glory was gone. Xu Xiu, who had always been fearless, had sweat seeping out of her nose. She looked at the river surface closing up again, and the boat gradually stopped swaying left and right. She turned to look at Lu Qiantang beside her and asked in a trembling voice, "So this old man is really a senior who can compete with immortal Qi?" Even though Qi Xuanjin had ascended to immortality tens of years ago, even if he wasn't a Taoist from the Longhu Mountain, when his descendants mentioned him, they didn't dare to directly refer to him by his name. They all referred to him as Immortal Qi. This was the strength of those at the celestial phenomenon realm. Lu Qiantang, whose soul had almost been scattered by that sword, said in a low voice, "You still don't know who he is?" Although Xu Xiu was almost 30 years old, she was still a little naive and unaffected. It was unknown whether it was because she was proficient in the art of seduction or because it was her nature. She pouted out of habit and said coquettishly, "How would I know? The senior can't be Dong Tai." Lu Qiantang was annoyed that the sword was so mysterious that he did not see any clues. In addition, this Dongwei swordsman had always disliked Xu Xiu's pretentious attitude, so his tone was a little heavier. A southern barbarian is just a frog at the bottom of a well. Xu Xiu reached out and brushed her hair behind her ear. She tilted her head and smiled coquettishly. "Oh, Dongwei is not a barbarian land. That senior is so amazing that our sword god, Lu, thinks so highly of him." Lu Qiantang turned his head gloomily. What kind of sword god was he? This woman from the southern barbarian land really wanted to taste the sharpness of the red cloud sword. Wei Shuyang, who happened to be beside the two, shook his head and did not say anything to persuade them. He went straight to His Royal Highness. Su Fengnian sat at the bow of the boat. He untied the double sabers and put them aside. He reached out and teased the Vajra and Bodhisattva. The two little guys' tongues were borne with hooks. A light lick would leave a series of scratches on his hands. Su Fengnian could not stand the endless torment of the siblings. Not only was he slightly injured, but his ivory-white silk cuffs had already become ragged. He picked up the spring thunder saber and let the young Kuei King Kong hold it with its 4 claws. It was obvious that this male Kuei was more lively. Wei Shuyang could not stand and talk to His Royal Highness, who was sitting. He sat cross-legged and said emotionally, "Your Highness, I was lucky enough to read Wudong's deed of thorough comprehension in my old age. Today, I met Old Sword God Li's godly ability to cut 2,000 feet of the river. I have no regrets in this life." Su Fengyan smiled and said, "Grandpa Wei, tell me, is Old Man Li's sword referring to the celestial phenomenon or the celestial phenomenon?" Wei Shuyang shook his head and said, "It has the meaning of an earth immortal. I really don't dare to say that Old Sword God Li is the celestial phenomenon." Su Fengyan leaned against the wooden wall and joked, "Won't this sword be able to break through hundreds of armors? If 2 armies are facing each other, and there are 3 or 4 old men, Li, who take the lead to attack, how can the battle be fought?" Wei Shuyang smiled and said, "Your Highness, how many sword gods Li have there been in Jianghu in the past 100 years? How many celestial phenomenon, realm masters, are willing to be bound by military law? Being trapped in the army is not suitable for cultivation." Su Fengyan nodded and said, "Indeed, who can trouble Wang Xianjidong tie to charge and break through the enemy's lines? During the Spring and Autumn War, I heard that the royal uncle of Western Shu, who had outstanding swordsmanship, did not hesitate to sacrifice himself to fight the enemy and killed 600 steel cavalry. However, he could not fight against the following steel cavalry and died in the crossbow formation. The Jianghu of martial artists is like the Yangtze River from before. Under the water, there are hidden reefs and teeth protruding. On the water, there are peaks competing with each other. As for who can be as unreachable as Lu Dongxian, it is even more of a skill. And the army, which was all for the sake of war, became the vast body of water that we were in. Hundreds of rivers and thousands of streams converged. Unless it was a famous general like Su Shao who became a lonely island, otherwise, no matter how capable you were, you would fall under the thousands of troops. Before Su Shao led the army to trample on the pugilistic world, martial artists and soldiers despised each other. It could not be said that they were superior. Now, the pugilistic world really did not have the confidence to challenge the army. Mount Longhu was conferred the title of the chief of the world's Taoist sections. The 2 Zen temples produced a black-clothed monk who was friends with His Majesty. Only then was the decline of Buddhism restored. The 3 sects of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism continued to be a tripartite balance of forces. The masters of these 3 sects strived to appear in the world. Occasionally, they would appear in the world and turn the tide. In Su Zhao's army, there are few Jianghu people who agree with Bailiang and hold the commander's seal. Wei Shuyang seemed to be immersed in the lingering charm of the old god of swords and his sword. He was a little absent-minded, but it could be seen that the old Taoist priest's face was full of joy, like a child who had received a stick of candied haws. It was very simple, and there was no great reason to speak of. It was hard to imagine that with Wei Shuyang's position in the way of 9 pecks of rice and his age, he still had such a childlike heart. No matter how down and out Li Chuangong's appearance was, Wei Shuyang was only concerned about the 3 swords. The water droplets formed a line to break the water armor. The small umbrella as the sword, the immortal kneeled down with 1 sword, and today's fairy sword. In the old Taoist priest's opinion, it was truly worthy of the poetic comment of a bold green snake on the sleeve. It was no wonder that as long as the world was not peaceful, the Jianghu would not be peaceful. It was because everyone wanted to be like Lu Dongxian and Li Chungang, who met with injustice and found peace. Jiang Enai was not confident that he could win against the two young strange beasts. He felt that the scenery of the river that he was obsessed with before was not so beautiful anymore. He returned to the cabin discouraged and saw Old Man Li sitting on the chair, without saying a word. While he was half asleep and half awake, Jiang and I picked up a secret manual and looked at it absent-mindedly for a while. He asked softly, "Are you planning to teach him how to use the sword?" Li Chungang raised his eyelids and laughed. "There's no harm in teaching him a few small tricks. This old man is nice to him. Isn't it so that you won't be bullied?" Still the same words. "As long as you're willing to practice the sword with this old man, even if young Su has mastered the sword, you can still kill him." Jiang and I hesitated for a while and changed the topic. "Your swordsmanship seems to be really scary." Chapter 142. Old Man Li laughed heartily. "Little Jiang girl, you won't say that this old man is boasting anymore, right? However, this old man is telling the truth. That sword just now was a stroke of luck. It was only when the right time, place, and people were all present that it had this kind of power. In this world, things that don't go your way are as numerous as the hairs on a cow. How many words can you say to others? Therefore, there are millions of swords in the world, but the immortal swords of sword immortals should also be pitifully few. Moreover, this old man's sword was called by the people of the Jianghu as the realm of sword immortals cannot exist forever. This old man is very open-minded now. He doesn't have extravagant hopes of becoming a land immortal. He only wants to teach you everything he knows. If he teaches you how to use the sword, there's hope that he can teach a female sword immortal. It's also good for this old man's reputation." Jiang and I said calmly, "Then you'd better teach him how to use the sword." The old man didn't take it to heart. He muttered to himself. Ancestor Lu had a poem as a warning to those who came to learn the sword later on. 3 feet in the box, don't cry out often. If I don't meet someone, I swear I won't pass it on. I deeply agree. This old man has met countless juniors who practice the sword in his life. There's no lack of sword geniuses with extraordinary perception and bone structure. However, if you can't match this old man's temper, even if you're Dong Tai, you can forget about learning this old man's 2-sleeved green snake. The Wu family's sword mound gave up sword intent for heavenly sword moves and looked down on the world's sword moves. Only this old man's unique skill, not to mention how peerless his sword intent is. His sword moves are also exquisite to the peak. Back then, it made those half-dead people of the Wu family feel inferior. Jiang and I frowned and sighed heavily. She put down the book and glared. Again, Li Chungang scratched the divine talisman dagger that was pinned to his hair bun. His expression was slightly awkward. If it was anyone else outside the cabin, they would treat his words as an imperial edict. However, this stubborn girl in front of him was really not buying the old god of swords' words. Li Chungang wasn't annoyed. He picked up a handful of pecans from the table and walked out of the cabin. He ignored the boatmen who worshipped him as the Dragon King, the reverence of Lu Qiantang and the other martial artists, and the fear of some Bailiang cavalry. He walked to Su Fengnian and Wei Shuyang and sat down casually. He stretched out his leg and kicked away the young Kuei that had just fallen from the spring thunder saber. The elder sister Bodhisattva wanted to avenge her younger brother. She immediately scratched 4 small holes on the ground with her sharp claws and roared. Su Fengnian reached out and pressed down on the little guy who was protecting him. The young female Kuei turned her head and showed a very human face of grievance. Su Fengnian smiled and shook his head. The young Kuei was very intelligent and ran to comfort her younger brother. Old God of Swordsley was puzzled. "Kid, where did you find this beast? It's not inferior to Qi Xuanzhen's black tiger. In a few years, 2 of them will be comparable to a level 1 expert. It's a pity that you can't live for 2 or 300 years like them. Su Fengnian was even more puzzled and asked, "What's the matter?" The old man casually threw the pecans in his hand on the deck and said in an old-fashioned manner, "Kid, that morning in the Qingyang Palace, I saw your three-legged cat saber technique. It was really an eyesore. Take out the embroidered winter saber with a thinner blade and do as this old man said." Su Fengnian did not hesitate and sat up straight. Du Sikong, the master swordsman who wrote the outline of 1,000 swords, had stood in the snow for 3 days in order to seek advice from Li Chungang. Su Fengnian was not a pretentious person who put on airs and immediately took out the embroidered winter saber with a blade as thin as a cicada's wing. The embroidered winter saber was slender and thinner than the spring thunder. Using it to practice saber was a test of one's mastery of saber strength. A slight difference in saber strength would result in a huge deviation. Later, White Fox lent him the spring thunder. Presumably, half of it was because she saw through Su Fengnian's deliberate concealment of the left-hand saber, and the other half was because the spring thunder was more suitable for the overbearing heavy saber. Su Fengnian had a solid foundation in the Great Yellow Court. Moreover, he had not practiced saber for a year for nothing, nor had he read all the martial arts secret manuals for nothing. He was almost considered to have reached a higher level in martial arts. When he used the spring thunder, they could complement each other and complement each other. Su Fengnian had put in a lot of effort, which meant that he had tacitly acknowledged Idiot Su as his friend and confidant. Su Fengnian pulled out the embroidered winter saber. Seeing the old god of sword remain silent, he asked in a low voice, and then Wei Shuyang was even more cautious. The person beside him was old god of sword Li. Although Li Chungang was defeated by Wang Xianji, and Wei Shuyang abandoned his sword to cultivate in the mountains out of anger, in the eyes of his generation, no matter how powerful Dong Tai was, he was not as impressive as the old god of sword Li. "You, Dong Tai, defeated god of sword Li? How could you call him god of sword if you didn't even defeat him?" Li Chungang yawned and asked Su Fengnian to hang the saber at a fixed height. He said impatiently, "Kid, try to flick the saber with your finger and see if you can break the walnuts on the floor." Su Fengnian adjusted his breathing, squinted his eyes, and stretched out his finger. With a crisp ding sound, Wei Shuyang, who was watching attentively, saw the embroidered winter saber curve in an arc. Unfortunately, it was still a finger's length away from the walnuts on the floor. Su Fengnian was not discouraged. His finger brushed lightly on the saber, found a point, and flicked it. The embroidered winter saber curved like a full moon. With a ding and a bang, it smashed a walnut in an instant, leaving a mark on the floor of the boat. Wei Shuyang subconsciously wanted to stroke his beard, but he suddenly realized that old god of sword Li was present. He did not dare to act rashly. However, the old Taoist was very impressed with His Royal Highness's flick of the saber. Although the embroidered winter saber was thin, not everyone could flick it with such tenacity. Old Man Li supported his cheek with one hand and continued, "Next, try to crush the walnuts, but don't leave a mark on the floor." Su Fengnian frowned slightly, but he did not hurry to snap his fingers. Instead, he rubbed the embroidered winter saber. He had benefited a lot from comprehending the essence of swordsmanship in the Qingshui Pavilion Sword Training Manual on Mount Wudong, which allowed Su Fengnian to have the consciousness to control the flow of qi in the body, which was the root of the saber strength. Shattering a walnut without affecting the ship's deck was no longer a simple matter of increasing or decreasing the strength. It was the same as a master of swordsmanship who seemed to easily stab with his sword but contained countless complicated sword moves. Sweeping the saber and accumulating strength, it was important to know when and where to explode, how much to explode, how much to explode, how heavy or heavy. These were all profound knowledge that gave Su Fengnian a headache. Su Fengnian did not snap his fingers, so the old man was still holding his chin, calm and unruffled. He pinched a walnut with 2 fingers and threw it in front of his eyes. He gently sucked it into his mouth and said vaguely, "Kid, hurry up. I don't have time to watch you daze." Su Fengnian smiled bitterly. He collected his thoughts and flicked his finger. The curve was still full and had a mysterious beauty. The walnut shattered, but there was a slight mark on the floor. He flicked his blade several times, and it was the same. The old god of swords said with disdain, "You read the 1,000-sword grass compendium for nothing. Is this how you listen to books? What a waste of little Zhang's saliva." Su Fengnian closed his eyes and recalled the scene of the water droplets turning into swords. The old man stood up and patted his butt. He sneered, "When you succeed, stack up 2 walnuts again. Remember to smash the bottom walnut. The floor of the boat and the top walnut must be intact." However, this old man reckons that with your terrible perception, not to mention the latter, even a small matter like this would be difficult. If you can't do it, then don't practice the saber with Lu Qiantang. Su Fengnian remained silent and racked his brains. The old god of swords probably felt that this fellow was too similar to the Wu family's swordmaster. He was in a bad mood and walked into the cabin without looking back. Wei Shuyong quietly left the bow of the boat so that no one would disturb him. He sat there until dusk, and then until moonlight. Yu Yue went to put on a coat for Su Fengnian in the middle of the night. Su Fengnian only pointed at the shattered walnuts on the floor. Yu Yue immediately went to get another handful and piled them in front of him. In the early morning, the old man came to the bow of the boat with sleepy eyes and saw Su Fengnian in a daze. He went closer to take a look. This kid changed the winter to spring thunder. And on the floor in front of him, there were 3 walnuts. Several red carps leaped out of the river. This was a common sight in large rivers. The old god of swords turned and left. After walking far away, he muttered to himself, "Good kid, the carp has jumped over the dragon's gate. I made a mistake this time. However, this old man wants to see how many times you can jump over the next 10 years. Chapter 143. The 2 young Kuei were curled up and sleeping soundly at Su Fengnian's feet, looking charmingly naive. They were easy to raise and could easily be thrown into the river to feed on the carps in the river. When they were done eating and playing, they stretched out their oars and easily boarded the boat with their hook-like claws. Su Fengnian, who was about to get up, looked up and saw the old god of swords walking back. Su Fengnian had a good memory, so good that Su Weisheng said that his only advantage was that he could remember things. He could read 10 lines at a glance and almost never forget anything he saw. Wudong's previous chief Wang, Zhongluo's Da Huang, Ting Formula, Bull Rider's Deed of Thorough Comprehension, Qingshui Pavilion's Sword Training Record, 7 or 8 books of the Jade Pillar Mental Cultivation Method, Du Sitsong's 1,000 Swords Grass Compendium, Forbidden Villa's Whale Killing Sword, and the 3 secret manuals of the Qingyang Palace. He had read a lot of them after climbing up and down the tide-listening pavilion for so many years, but unfortunately, most of them were careless and not attentive. Su Fengnian had a particularly deep memory of them. However, when he was practicing the blade, the white-haired old man only led this Su Fengnian of His Royal Highness over the threshold before laughing out loud. Later, in the Qingyang Palace, his aunt suggested that Su Fengnian first practice 50 moves to the peak, which could be considered a small path to success. But here came the problem. Su Fengnian had not reached the second pin, so he could not assess the hundreds and thousands of martial arts in the world from a strategically advantageous position. He read too many books, which instead became a hindrance to his cultivation, until Li Chungang came up with the difficult problem of breaking walnuts with a flick knife. It was like tearing a thin crack in the fog. Su Fengnian was no stranger to this problem. When State Preceptor Li Yishan taught Su Fengnian the 15 ways of Zongjing, he liked to use his new Go rules to break them. Su Fengnian sat in boredom until dawn, during which time he successfully flicked the walnuts into fine powder with the embroidered winter knife. The boat was still in good condition, and even stacking the walnuts was not a problem for the embroidered winter knife. Li Chungang sat in front of Su Fengnian and asked, "Do you know the difference between sword moves and sword intent?" Su Fengnian shook his head blankly. The old man said expressionlessly, "Draw your blade." Su Fengnian laid embroidery winter flat. The old god of swords stretched out a finger and casually flicked the blade. Without any visible movement, the 3 walnuts in front of Su Fengnian exploded at the same time. The old man gently flicked his sleeves and folded up 3 walnuts. He flicked the shiodong again, but the walnuts still shattered. The results were exactly the same. Su Fengnian did not know what the old god of swords was up to. Seeing Su Fengnian's puzzled expression, Li Chungang sneered, "Try placing the spring thunder under the winter embroidery." Su Fengnian held the blade with both hands. Old man, Li struck the winter embroidery again. Su Fengnian's perlicue trembled. He could not hold the spring thunder firmly because there was a point on the spring thunder blade that was like an exploding thunder. It spread to Su Fengnian's hand, causing his entire arm to tingle and go numb. Su Fengnian understood. This was sword intent. The storytellers in the streets liked to call it sword aura, but it was slightly different. Old man, Li did not give Su Fengnian time to catch his breath. He struck the winter embroidery again. In an instant, the spring thunder almost slipped out of his hand. The blade on the right suddenly slid towards Su Fengnian's chest. It was only a hair's breadth away, but the old god of swords had pinched the spring thunder with 2 fingers. The winter embroidery blade did not move at all. Su Fengnian was shocked. He could not figure it out even if he racked his brains. Old god of swords seemed to think that this kid's comprehension was too poor. He would not feel at ease if he did not scold him. He glared and said, "Anyone can see that your winter embroidery blade is bent in an arc. It looks exciting to outsiders, but it's flashy without substance. With this old man's winter embroidery blade, with your insignificant skills, can you tell how many times winter embroidery blade has flicked? It looks like winter embroidery blade is not moving, but it's really not moving. This old man has 2 fingers. One of them penetrated the winter embroidery blade and hit the spring thunder. The second finger is sacrificing vigor for sword moves. Winter embroidery blade has already bent 6 times and hit the spring thunder blade from the side. That's why the spring thunder struck you. A top-notch sword move requires speed and stability. It's as fast as thunder and as steady as the 5 sacred mountains. Kid, you're still too inexperienced." Su Fengnian asked doubtfully, "Between sword intent and sword moves, which one is stronger?" Old god of swords Li sneered. "This old man wants to use sword intent to defeat the enemy. That means sword intent is stronger. If this old man wants to use sword moves to kill people, his sword moves will naturally be stronger than all sword intent in the world." "Fine, I asked for nothing." Su Fengnian felt helpless. "Old man, Li was a fair trade." He stood up and said, "Are these 2 fingers enough to buy all your rice paper?" Su Fengnian nodded and said, "It's enough." Looking at the old man's back, Su Fengnian could not help but have mixed feelings. Killing a Jiao dragon where there was a Jiao dragon was not a boast. The old man even hid a Jiao dragon in his sleeves. It was the purest form of yang energy and was incomparably domineering. His flying sword destroyed Mount Taihua. It was said that he had mastered the essence of Lu Dongshuan's immortal sword. Naturally, this hidden sword was 100 times more powerful than the sword that made the immortal kneel. Su Fengnian originally wondered why Li Chungang had 2 sleeves after losing his arm, but now he dared not underestimate him. 2 fingers, one indicating sword intent, and the other indicating swordsmanship. His words were profound and easy to understand. He had pointed out a narrow path for Su Fengnian, who was confused at the crossroads of martial arts. Together with the words of the armored maid, Zhao Yute, Su Fengnian felt as if he had just escaped from the gates of hell. As for when he could reach the first Pin realm, or even touch the edge of the Vajra realm, Su Fengnian was not in a hurry. This was all thanks to Old Huang's subtle influence. Teaching by example was often useless. Instead, it was better to teach by example. Of course, Old Huang's sword was still a distance away from the old god of swords Li Chungang. However, in Su Fengnian's heart, it was obvious which was more important between Old Huang's sword case and the old god of swords wooden bull. Riding out of Bailiang, Su Fengnian finally learned from Su Xiao what Old Huang had said to Wang Xianji when he was facing the north before his death. Su Fengnian stood with his hand on his saber, looking at the vast river. He closed his eyes and breathed continuously. His qi was as continuous as the river water. He chanted the incantation of the great yellow court. Qi returns to the pill formula. The pot produces water and water. Yin and yang come and go, turning into a thunderclap. Who can't live forever? The white rainbow rides the dragon and goes straight to the Daluo heaven. Generally speaking, the proverbs of the Taoist immortals who cultivated Taoism were often in the pursuit of wondrous words. When ordinary people first read it, they would only feel that it was wondrous, 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 and even more wondrous. In fact, if there were no enlightened Taoist to personally lead the way and pass on the specific incantation of breathing and drawing qi, in the end, they would only enter the mountain and not see the immortal and return empty-handed. As the saying goes, the immortal is unwilling to speak clearly, but thousands and thousands of people are bewitched by this logic. While Su Fengnian's mind was wandering 10,000 li, he sensed that someone was walking behind him. At this moment, the only person who dared to come forward and disturb His Royal Highness was Yu Wei. She held Wu Meinyang and said softly, "Aren't you going to eat something?" Su Fengnian opened his eyes and grunted. He shot a glance at Yu Wei. She was indeed a beauty. It was a pity that Ancestor Lu had long left behind a poem to warn the later generations. The body of a 16-year-old beauty was soft and limp. Her waist was like a sword that could cut ordinary men. Although her head didn't fall, she secretly caused her husband's spirit to wither. Su Fengnian felt very helpless about this. He wasn't an inexperienced flower. From the time he went up the mountain to practice his blade to the time he went down the mountain, he had always been able to remain calm. This kind of composure was evident during the meal. Only Su Fengnian, the old god of swords, and Wei Shuyang were sitting at the table. Li Chungang chewed on a piece of flatbread and remembered something. He said casually, "Although this old man avoided that Wu family swordsman, he can come back later. It's very likely that his realm is one level higher. That sword move, you bunch of idiots only watched for fun. That fellow, on the other hand, can comprehend something that will be of great benefit to his sword cultivation." Su Fengnian's face stiffened. He fiercely took a bite of the bun. After breakfast, Old God of Swords Li spread out rice paper in the cabin. He smiled at Jiang and I, who was hiding to read. "Come, Jiang girl, it's fine if you don't want to learn the sword, but this old man can teach you calligraphy." Calligraphy? Jiang and I liked it. Otherwise, she wouldn't have secretly used a branch to scribble on the ground in Bailiang Palace. However, the old man held the brush with one hand. His demeanor completely changed. He was still smiling. "But remember, I'll teach you calligraphy. You can watch, but you're not allowed to learn." Jiang and I didn't take it to heart. She only grunted softly. Su Fengnian asked Blue Bird to warm a pot of yellow wine and sat alone. That year at the top of Martial Emperor's city wall, old Huang didn't fall even after death. Beside him was the second in the world, Wang Xianji. Old Huang only faced north and said, "Come, serve the young master some wine." Chapter 144. 3 big ships entered the lake from the river. The 800 miles of Spring Lake was vast and misty. This lake could hold 6 rivers, and it had always been a place for military strategists to fight to the death. Su Fengnian stood at the bow of the ship and explained the geography of Spring Lake to Yu Wei. He included many military insights that Li Yishan had imparted to him. Before the spring and autumn period, the north and south confronted each other and fought for this place as their stronghold. By controlling the Spring Lake, they could sail down the east and conquer the world like a lion hunting a rabbit. In the past, when the north wanted to drink the horses of the southeast, or when the south wanted to send troops to the north, they had to pass through the 800 miles of Spring Lake, 3 cities, 3 passes, and 3 mountains. The 3 cities were the most important: Xiangfan, Xingyang, and Wuling. In terms of the world, Xiangfan was the most important. In terms of the southeast, Xingyang was the most important. In terms of our prefecture, Wuling was the most important. Xiangfan was always said to be the backbone of the world. When the 3 kingdoms were fighting here, Wang Mingyang, an old minister of West Chu, accepted the order and became the governor of Xiangfan. He resisted Su Zhao's 100,000 soldiers and defended for 3 years. When West Chu was destroyed and West Chu was forgotten, this scholar from Shangyin Academy still refused to surrender. The city ate people, and Wang Mingyang personally cooked his wife and children. 3 years later, the city was breached and less than 10,000 people were left in Xiangfan. It became a ghost city. It was said that 10 years after the city was breached, there were still hundreds of thousands of wandering souls that refused to leave the city and howled every night. The dynasty had no choice but to send the Taoist master of Longhu Mountain to Xiangfan to set up the great Zhou Tian ceremony. The number of sacrificial offerings reached a shocking number of 36,500, which was an unprecedented feat. This battle allowed Wang Mingyang to win the title of the number 1 defender of the spring and autumn period. Even Su Xiao admired him. Wang Mingyang was a famous person, but he dragged 200,000 people down with him. Even after 1,000 years, Wang Mingyang would still be a controversial figure. Yu Wei was frightened. "We're not going to Xiangfan, are we?" Su Fengnian had recently been habitually flicking his fingers. He probably did it thousands of times in a day. He was probably obsessed with practicing the blade. He laughed softly. "I wanted to go, but if you don't dare, then we'll go straight to Wuling." Yu Wei shook her head. Su Fengnian suddenly heard cries and screams coming from the back of the boat. Yu Wei just happened to hear the legend of 100,000 resentful spirits in Xiangfan. Her heart trembled, and she finally realized that she was at the bow of the spring god lake. Her face was full of self-mockery. Su Fengnian ignored Yu Wei and rushed to the bow of the boat. He saw a boatman rolling on the ground with a bloody arm. 2 scarlet young kuei were growling at him. Lu Qiantang went up to His Royal Highness and told him what happened. It was a trivial matter. The young kuei were frolicking and running, and they probably bumped into the boatman. Su Fengnian frowned. The tiger kuei was an ancient beast, and it ate people when it was hungry. Su Fengnian squatted down, and the young kuei seemed to feel its master's anger. It lowered its head and whimpered, and its skin immediately turned from red to black. Su Fengnian was not arrogant, and with a flick of his finger, he hit the boatman. A hole was made in the wall of the boat, and it fell into the lake. The elder sister Bodhisattva looked at her younger brother from the hole, and then turned around to look at Su Fengnian pitifully, as if she was pleading for mercy. Su Fengnian snorted, stood up, and said, "Compensate the injured." "Oh, right. Ask the Phoenix Battalion to help mend the boat." In the twilight, hundreds of boats were racing on the Spring God Lake. It was a lively and bustling scene. The closer they were to the land of fish and rice in Jiangnan, the more they could not feel the loneliness of their hometown, Bailiang. Tonight, they would spend the night on an island in the middle of the Spring God Lake called Mount Lao. As they approached the island in the middle of the lake, Su Fengnian saw Jiang and I walk out of the cabin and stand beside him. He explained this mountain was originally not called Mount Lao, but Prison Mountain. It was the place where the Queen Mother of the West imprisoned the Jade Emperor's daughter, the Spring God. Prison Mountain was not surrounded by a lake, but a basin. Later on, a demigod was so angry that he drew a circle around Prison Mountain with his sword, and it collapsed for 800 miles. Only then did the lake water gushed out. As for the saying that a demigod created the lake, of course, it was just nonsense. Nowadays, Mount Lao is filled with courtyards and pavilions, and people from all walks of life gather there. Not only are there residences of the rich and powerful, but there are also residences of monks and Taoists. There are also a few remnants of the fallen country who have been imprisoned on the island. There are also a lot of shops. When you get on the island, you can pick something that catches your eye. Jiang and I stretched out his hand. Su Fengnian was stunned for a moment and asked, "What?" Jiang and I said stiffly, "Silver." Su Fengnian laughed and said, "All right, you've already earned a few hundred taels of silver. How much do you want to take? But let me remind you, if you mention my name, who would dare to ask you for money? Why waste the manuals that you've worked so hard to earn?" Jiang and I sneered and said, "Do you think I'm a robber like you?" Su Fengnian was amused and said with a smile, "Then how much do you want? A few hundred taels of silver? Or I can just give you a few thousand taels of gold on credit. That way, you can study for a few lifetimes." Jiang and I said angrily, "I only want 1 tael of silver." Su Fengnian said helplessly, "Do you need to be so stingy?" Jiang and I said with a straight face, "Give it to me." Su Fengnian rolled his eyes and said, "Ask Bluebird for it later. I've never brought such a small amount of money." Chapter 145. Jiang and I went straight to the cabin and took out a small account book from the book box like a thief. It clearly recorded how many when she earned from reading Taishan Sutra, Thousand Swords Materia Medica, Whale Killing Sword, etc. When and where she read each book and how many words she read each book were all recorded in detail. Until now, she had earned not only a few hundred taels, as Su Fengnian said, but 1,007 taels and 34 1. The old god of swords who only knew how to eat, drink, and sleep strolled into the cabin. Jiang and I, who was about to transfer 1 tael of silver from her savings, held up a brush with one hand and covered the account book with the other. Li Chungang could not do anything about this. He stood far away and let Jiang and I finish her work. Only then did he carry the wine pot and sit on the table. He poured some wine on the table and dipped his finger in it. After Jiang and I put the account book back into the bottom of the book box and sat opposite her, Li Chungang then used his finger as a pen and the wine as ink. He started writing on the table, one stroke after another, full of vigor and vitality. Jiang and I sat upright and still, watching the old man write in one go. Half of the table was densely packed with words, like the rugged rocks at the gates of hell. After Old Man Li finished writing, he looked at Jiang and I. The latter's face was calm. The old man seemed to really mean what he said at the beginning. He did not expect the little girl to learn anything. He wiped his sleeves and started again. This time Li Chungang spoke. "There are 3 main points in my wild grass. First, it has to be continuous and consistent. Second, it has to strive for thousands of layers. Finally, it has to be a word without fear, without emotion, without desire. Just like this wine, it can be wiped away without a trace. The first point is that one must not be lazy. Even when he is drunk, there is not a single mistake in his cursive writing. There are rules. Why? His daily work is enough to be meticulous. Every word is like waving a sword or a knife. One must not be careless. This old man's calligraphy has always been known as the swift snake walking snake. Looking at his words is like looking at a sword. The sword's edge is awe-inspiring. Li Chungang was talking excitedly when he saw Jiang and I yawning. The ship stopped and seemed to want to go ashore. The old man, with a stomach full of frustration, lowered his head and took a deep breath. He sighed and muttered, "Don't waste, don't waste." He drank the wine on the table. Jiang and I was used to this kind of absurd behavior of the old man. Walking out of the cabin together, he saw Su Fengnian was in the middle of a discussion with the big halberd Ning Amei. It seemed that more than half of the Phoenix Battalion would not go up the mountain. This was also reasonable, not to mention whether 100 light-armored soldiers could live in the mountain or not. These northern Liang soldiers themselves were too eye-catching. While Jiang and I was deep in thought, old man Li was still boasting to himself about how his calligraphy had reached perfection. Jiang Ni's left ear went in and out of her right ear. She lifted her skirt with both hands and walked down the wooden plank. From the corner of her eye, she saw a young kuei scuttling ashore with a fat carp in its mouth. It seemed to be asking for credit from Su Fengnian. However, Su Fengnian only scolded it once, and the little guy immediately lay on the ground and stopped moving. Was it playing dead? Su Fengnian was just about to kick the little guy when his robe was lightly bitten by another young kuei. Only then did Su Fengnian stop. The punishment had come to an end. The siblings did not hold a grudge. They happily followed behind His Royal Highness. Seeing this, Jiang Ni's heart ached. These two little idiots, why were they so gentle to Su Fengnian? Su Fengnian looked back at the spring god lake. His eyes were absent-minded. He muttered, "We've arrived." The capital, Great Peace City. In the early morning, the sky was gray. 300 cavalrymen galloped over on the official road, kicking up dust. It was rumored in Jing that the king of Bailiang, Su Shao, was about to enter the city. This was the only city in the world with a population of 1 million. For a moment, the clouds were turbulent. The tall buildings on the main road were filled with all kinds of people. They just wanted to see the true face of Su Shao. Even if they could not see him, they would be satisfied just by looking at the carriages. The scholars were impatient, the martial artists of Jianghu were uneasy, and the officials and nobles were noisy. It was rumored that there were dozens of big and small yellow doors that were prepared to block the carriages and risk their lives to angrily denounce that butcher for causing great suffering to the people. They were going to curse him for destroying the seeds of more than half of the scholars in the world. There were also rumors that there were countless Wulin heroes that were preparing to assassinate him. Even the storytellers were repeating the same old tune in the tea houses, talking about the spring and autumn war. The ear-piercing cries of cicadas rang out from countless branches in Jing. There were 4 holes in the gates of Great Peace City. All the unrelated people inside and outside the gates had been cleared out by the guards of the city gates. When the approaching cavalrymen created a roar that was 100 times louder than the cries of cicadas, when the people at the gates and on the city walls saw the bright red King Su flag, the morning that had been full of life immediately became suffocating. The cavalrymen slowly stepped through the city gates. Other than the sound of the hooves, the entire capital seemed to become silent. On the main road of the imperial palace, the spectators who had taken up good positions couldn't help but hold their breaths. When the cavalrymen moved further and further away, they looked at each other like they were relieved of a great burden. The dust had settled. Two people came from outside the city gates. One of them was an old monk dressed in black robes. He had triangular eyes and a vicious appearance. He was like an old and sick tiger, but his expression was indifferent. The other person had a hunchback and a slight limp. He was dressed in the attire of an ordinary rich man. He raised his head to look at the city walls and smiled slightly. Then he walked through the city gates through the side hole with the black-robed old monk and some peddlers and servants who were doing business in the morning. Occasionally, there would be gazes on the old monk. The black-robed monk did not look like a benevolent monk. However, he was so old that the passers-by only glanced at him a few more times before not paying attention. As to the old man beside the old monk, he did not attract any attention. Great Peace City was the most virtuous city in the world. Even the common people in the streets claimed to have seen some great general or scholar. Who would be willing to look at a hunchbacked old man? Passing through the side hole of the city gates, the rich man and the black-robed old monk slowly walked forward. The rich man put his hands behind his back and chuckled. Bawled Donkey Yang, "Of the millions of people in Jing, you are the only friend I have." The withered old monk said softly, "If you do not touch my head, I am your friend." The rich man said that there were two things in the world that could not be touched, old tigers but could not be touched, and the other was this Yang Taisui's head could not be touched. But even though he said this, he impolitely reached out to touch the old monk's bald head. The old monk did not stop him and only sighed. The rich man rubbed the black-robed old monk's bald head and roared with laughter. The black-robed old monk had an indifferent expression. This head, Qi Xianzhu had touched it in the past, and then half of the top of the lotus had collapsed. Chapter 146. The old monk in black was named Yang Taisui. He was born in Dongyue's top aristocratic family, Yang Taisui. He was studious since he was a child and read hundreds of books. When he was 13, he shaved his head and became a monk. He read the classics of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism, and was especially good at yin-yang divination. Although he was a monk, he learned Taoism and military theory from the Taoist of Qingshu Temple. When he was 24, he traveled to Mount Longhu and was reprimanded by the great Jinren Qi Xian. Yang Taisui was not angry, but happy. Later, he was recommended to serve the crown prince in the capital. When the world was settled, the old monk who liked to wear black declined the title of imperial advisor and studied Buddhism in Yongfu Temple. He had already cut ties with his family and had no connection with the nobles. Under the Western Wall, he tried to persuade Su Xiao not to kill Feng Xiaoli, but it was to no avail. Rumor had it that he cut ties with Su Xiao. In the past 10 years, he lamented the chaos of Zen Buddhism and its unclear purpose. He created a perfect theory and wrote the 8 original meanings and Vanquish and Save Lu Sutra, but he did not participate in any Buddhist debate. He called himself Old Monk Sheng. He had helped the country build, but he was willing to be lonely and only served as a study assistant for the crown prince's grandson. 3 years ago, he resigned as the Yongfu Temple's master recorder and traveled alone. Today, he appeared in Tai and city only to escort the king of Beiliang into the capital. However, after Butcher Su Xiao saw the old monk in black, he insisted on walking into the city. Su Xiao walked side by side with him towards the palace gate. Su Xiao, who was dressed like a rich man, put his hands in his sleeves and strolled leisurely on the main road of the capital. He laughed and said, "Yang Taisui, I heard you took in a disciple who went to Shangyin Academy. Let me say this first. Playing around is one thing, but if something big really happens, you and I will not interfere. Also, the red armor general was ordered by your disciple, right? There will be no next time. I'm very curious. The red armor general was already skinned by your bodhisattva disciple Han Jiaoxi. How come there are 5 more red armor general now? You old bald donkey, what kind of sinister plan are you planning? What? Are you still throwing a tantrum with me? You're just as petty as a woman. Isn't it just because I didn't promise you not to kill those 600 scholars back then? We've exchanged our lives for decades. Do you think you can just throw it away like that? The black-robed monk said in an old-fashioned manner, It's none of my business. Su Xiao squinted his eyes and looked at the capital that he had not seen for many years. He curled his lips and said, Tell me something. Is that kid the illegitimate child of that person? Otherwise, how could he have obtained the red armor from Han Jiaoxi? And how could he have made Han Jiaoxi, this human cat, become a submissive slave? The old monk frowned. He was already a ferocious god to begin with, but now he looked even more ferocious. He was awe-inspiring even without being angry. He walked through the crowded streets, but with the old monk leading the way, no one could get close to him and Su Xiao. They were like fish in water. Su Xiao smiled and said, Since Bald Donkey doesn't deny it, I'll take that as an answer. The black-robed old monk still did not explain or refute. His state of mind was as calm as an ancient well. Su Xiao joked, Yang Taisui, oh Yang Taisui, sometimes I admire you. Being in the king's company is like being in the tiger's company. As long as you live for another 20 or 30 years, you'll have the hope of assisting the dragon for 3 more dynasties. Everyone will be happy to treat you like a bodhisattva. Look at Mount Longhu. In order to consolidate the position of the imperial advisor, they will do anything. There's an old guy who gave up 2 years of his lifespan and even went against the heavens to change his fate. You, on the other hand, don't do anything. Bald Donkey, when are you going to meet my eldest son, Fengyan? He's different from me. He's a Buddhist. Maybe you'll get along. The old monk shook his head and reminded him softly, We're here. At the end of the road, they could see the gate of the South Imperial City. According to the law, there was an early morning court session every 10 days. However, the morning court session had already begun, and Su Xiao had arrived a little late. There were only carriages and servants outside the door. He did not see any dignitaries of the imperial court. This was the first gate of the imperial city. There were 3 watchtowers with huge eaves and ridges. On the left and right of the gate, there was a pair of white jade lion and dismount steels. On the gate, there was a couplet written by the founding scholar. The sun and moon are bright, the mountains and rivers are majestic. There were 110 corridors on the left and right of the gate. They were known as the 1,000-step corridors connected to the eaves and ridges. They surrounded and protected the Baohe Palace, which was also known as the Golden Imperial Hall. The black-robed old monk, Yang Taisui, sighed and said, You're going to attend court dressed like this? Su Xiao smiled and said, I'm going to change in the carriage. I didn't have the chance to wear it in Bailiang. I've been living like a prince these years, and I've gained a lot of weight. I don't know if it fits. If I can't wear it, it'll be troublesome. The old monk had a rare expression of helplessness on his face. Chapter 147. Su Xiao laughed heartily and walked towards a carriage with only a few personal retainers of the prince's mansion left. Naturally, he could not bring the steel cavalry under the command of the prince's banner to the foot of the imperial city's wall. The black-clothed young Taisui did not move. He still stood 1,000 feet outside the door with a bleak expression. Back then, he was still a monk who sought fame and achievements. Su Xiao had already led 600 black-armored soldiers out of Jinzhou. He gave advice to the late emperor, while Su Xiao was the emperor's vanguard. One was a scholar while the other was a warrior. They complemented each other well. At that time, the late emperor regarded the two of them as his right-hand men. They used to climb up to the Bauha Hall to drink together and talk about the chaotic world under the moonlight. Su Xiao did not study much, so he was always forced to recite poems. He was crude and vulgar and was laughed at every time. After he got drunk, he would wantonly lie down, and it did not matter who was using whose arm as a pillow. The last time they met was when Su Xiao destroyed West Shu and returned to the capital to receive the title of Dezhu State. They only talked to each other, no longer as unscrupulous as before. After that, he no longer participated in politics and only talked about Zen and poetry. After that, he was instructed by the late emperor to drink farewell wine with Su Xiao. Only then did that beautiful woman enter the palace alone with a sword and a white gown. After that, he no longer had the face to see Su Xiao. Su Xiao was not far from the carriage when a carriage galloped towards him. The coachman was sweating profusely. Su Xiao waved his hand to signal Spear, Immortal Wang Xiu's shitty. Han Lao's Han, not to worry. He leaned to the side and barely dodged the hooves of two big horses. He only signaled a master from the prince's mansion to take a prepared outer robe from the carriage and prepare to wear it to the morning court. Su Xiao did not mind the carriage's collision. However, the coachman from the prince's mansion thought that the hunchbacked old man was an eyesore and thought that he was some blind servant of an official in the imperial court. The master in the carriage was already late for the morning court because he was unwell. The master kept urging him all the way, causing him to be scolded countless times. Of course, his mood was extremely bad. In a fit of anger, he raised his whip and smashed the coachman. Su Xiao smiled and did not move. Han Lao's Han grabbed the whip, pulled the coachman down, and stomped on his chest. With a crack, two ribs were broken. A middle-aged Confucian scholar, wearing a fourth-rank Yunyan civil official's robe, came down from the carriage. Seeing that his servant was in trouble, he flew into a rage. Looking at the unfamiliar old man, he did not care about his manners and cursed loudly. Generally, he was angrily scolding which servant dared to be so arrogant and commit such a crime outside the imperial city. He pointed at Su Xiao's nose and asked him to report the name of the official in his mansion. When he went to court later, he would personally impeach the emperor. This Confucian scholar was a fourth-rank Confucian, the same rank as the prefecture overseer. He was the son of the crown prince's left concubine and held a position in the Eastern Palace that made people jealous. Not only that, his father, Lu Binzhong, was the Grand Secretary of the Eastern Pavilion, an important official of two dynasties. In this dynasty, the most prestigious civil officials were the 3 halls and 3 pavilions. Although the Eastern Pavilion was at the bottom, the 3 halls and 3 pavilions were not full. Including the Wuying Palace, Wenhua Palace, and Wenyuan Pavilion, there were only 4. Lu Binzhong, as one of the 4, was an extraordinary honor. In addition, his brother, Lu Tiren, was the Yinqing Guanglu Daifu. The 3 of them were officials in the imperial court, which was a legend. Were it not for this, he would not have dared to casually speak of impeachment outside the gates of the imperial city. After all, officials who could participate in the morning court were not ordinary people. Su Xiao looked at the 4th-rank crown princes, left concubines, spittle flying everywhere, and dismissed it with a smile. A retainer jumped off the carriage with a bundle and undid a corner of his court robe. The Confucian official from the Lu family glanced at it and subconsciously froze. Was this old man in front of him an official? But he had never heard of civil officials or generals wearing such a style of official robe. In this world, official robes were far more important than official manners. once exposed and proven, the only outcome would be imprisonment and banishment. When the bundle was completely opened, the eyes of the Lu family's left concubine of the Eastern Palace widened. A python robe. That was a blue satin robe embroidered with a 5-clawed python. Since ancient times, python robes had been the robe of an elephant dragon. It was similar to the dragon robe worn by the emperor, but it lacked a claw. Like the dragon robe, the words Jiangyahai were embroidered on it. The current dynasty clearly states that only the princes can embroider the 9 pythons and 5 claws. Only the imperial family can embroider the bright yellow and apricot yellow colors. The dragon python has 5 different postures: curving on the water, standing upright on the water, lying on the water of the 3 rivers, lying on the water of the 5 rivers, and lying fully on the water of the 5 rivers. There are strict regulations on which postures should be used at which level. The man surnamed Lu watched the old man put on the embroidered robe with the help of the servants and swallowed his saliva. Dragon python robe. The 5 claws of the 9 dragons were 1 more claw than General Gu Jiantang. The material of blue satin meant that he wasn't a member of the royal family. Was he a prince with a different surname? Counting with one's fingers, how many kings with different surnames were there in the dynasty? The old man was wearing a python robe that was unique in the entire dynasty. It was clear that he was going to attend the imperial court. What was more, other than wearing this terrifying python robe, he was also holding a saber, who could carry a sword to court. Even if Lu was an idiot, he would know who the old man in front of him was. The king of Bailiang, Su Shao. After the hunchbacked old man put on the extravagant python robe and carried the Bailiang saber, he walked straight to the southern gate of the imperial city. The left concubine's son knelt on the ground with a thud. He no longer had any thoughts of attending the imperial court. He just kowtowed there with all his might, leaving a pool of blood on the stone floor. Su Shao, wearing a python robe, walked into the imperial city. The opening of the city gate was a little dim. After walking out, Run Tu blocked the warm sunlight and squinted at the great hall in the distance. The 2 rows of officers in front and behind him all knelt on the ground. The eunuchs all acted as if they were facing a great enemy and yelled at the top of their lungs, "The king of Bailiang enters the palace." The hunchbacked old man limped forward slowly, as if he didn't care that there was the Emperor Grand Secretary Zhang, Julu, General Gu Jiantang, and all the civil and military officials waiting there. He silently counted his steps and finally walked up the steps. Looking back at the city gate, he smiled and muttered to himself, "I'm old." Chapter 148. The person playing host on Mount Lao was a former Bailiang army officer. His military exploits were not prominent, but after entering the business world, he began to soar and become the richest in the province. Even those 10-generation aristocratic families could not compare to him. He was known for his extravagant lifestyle. He once competed with a person with an imperial merchant background in the province in terms of wealth and attracted countless curses. His saliva was comparable to half of the spring god lake. This old soldier, who had led Su Zhao's horse in the past, was not conspicuous at first glance. He was dressed like an ordinary person and did not have any arrogance to speak of. When he saw His Royal Highness, his eyes filled with tears, and he knelt on the flat ground of the ferry. No matter how Su Fengnian supported him, he was unwilling to get up. He just knelt on the ground and sobbed. Behind him, his wife and family members were dumbfounded. Su Fengnian knew the inside story. This old man, surnamed Wang, was not only admiring of the king of Bailiang, but he also revered the Wang Fei from the bottom of his heart. He was one of the lucky few old soldiers in the Bailiang army who had personally seen His Royal Highness draw his blade at a young age. Although he was called a little soldier leading a horse, The Su family did not view him as a servant. The people who came from the Baeliang army had two extremes. They either struggled at the bottom and had a headache over the basic necessities, or they had a high position and wealth that was truly unattainable. This had to do with the dynasty's complex psychology of the Baeliang army. It was mixed with fear and jealousy, so there was a lot of rejection. This caused those who were labeled as part of the Baeliang army to hold back their resentment after losing the protection of the Iron Cavalry. It was not easy for them to put in more blood and sweat and finally achieve success. Often, their family, business, and politics would be especially cruel and ruthless. Wang Linquan, who was kneeling in front of Su Fengnian, was an example. In the Wang family, the family law was far more important than the national law. Governing the family was like governing an army. There was once a daughter-in-law who spoke carelessly and was directly kicked out of the family by Wang Linquan, regardless of the aristocratic family behind the daughter-in-law. Even her son was dragged to the ancestral hall to be whipped. Therefore, when the members of the Wang family saw the temperamental and shrewd head of the family kneeling in front of a young master, they were all scared out of their wits. The king of Baeliang and his royal highness would rest at Mount Mao midway during their travels. Naturally, only the local snake king of Mount Mao, Lin Quan, knew about this. All of this was secretly arranged by Lu Qiu'er, and there was no room for error. Su Fengnian looked up at a huge jade guanyin holding a vase at the peak of Mount Mao. It was said that Wang Linquan spent millions of silver taels and took 10 years to build it. This guanyin in the pure vase stepped on a yellow dragon and had the glare of a Vajra bodhisattva. Wang Linquan finally stood up and wiped away the tears on his face. He bowed and led the way for his royal highness. His posture was the same as when he led the horse for Su Shao. Today, even if Wang Linquan was rich, he would never forget his roots. Wang Linquan saw that his royal highness kept looking at the guanyin statue at the peak of the mountain. He said softly, "Your Highness, the spring lake is strange. For thousands of years, on the second day of the second month, there would be a thick column of water shooting up into the sky. That day, no one would dare to swim in the lake, so it was called the dragon raises its head. It was said that there was a dragon trapped at the bottom of the lake who was punished by the heavens for secretly making rain in Jiangnan. It deserved to be punished for 1,000 years. This dragon was not satisfied with the confinement of the heavenly court, so it purposely stirred up trouble on that day. That is why we all call that day the dragon raises its head. However, after all, the spring equinox did not cause any disturbances in the lake." Su Fengnian smiled. On the second day of the second month, the horned mansion appears. The eastern azure dragon first reveals its lofty appearance. That is when the dragon raises its head. Therefore, there is a saying in ancient books that dragons ascend to the heavens during the spring equinox. Your Highness is knowledgeable. Wang Linquan, who was rich, praised from the bottom of his heart. He was not flattering him. The status of merchants in the dynasty was not high, but at Wang Linquan's level, even if he sat at the same banquet as the prefecture overseer, there was no need for him to bow and scrape. Wang Linquan was known for his seriousness and vengeance. It was as difficult to ask him to sing praises of virtue as it was to ask him to be compassionate. As a result, once he praised someone, whether it was a scholar who had written a splendid essay or an official who cared about the people, they would all be overjoyed and very confident. So similar, Su Fengnian said softly, "Aren't you afraid that there will be gossip in the imperial court, that it will affect your business? Earning 1 million or 10 million makes no difference to this lowly one. My children and grandchildren will have their own fortune, since I can already provide for them to live without worry. This lowly one has no shame to my ancestors," Wang Linquan said with a smile. You are rather open-minded. Su Fengnian retracted his gaze and teased. It's all superficial knowledge that I learned from the great general and Wang Fei. I can't live up to your highness's open-mindedness. Wang Linquan's face was full of shame. The courtyard of the Wang family residence was deep, with pavilions and terraces, small bridges, and flowing water. It was a scene of Jiangnan's misty reign. The residence was still some distance away from the peak of the mountain, requiring 15 minutes on foot. After arranging accommodations for Yu Wei and the others, Su Fengnian and Blue Bird headed for the White Jade Guanyin constellation. Wang Linquan had his youngest daughter, Wang Chudong, lead the way. This 28-year-old girl who was born in Jiangnan wore a gown that revealed half of her soft bosom. Her upper chest and back were bare, draped in a transparent gauze. Her undergarments were faintly discernible. The quality of the silk brocade was extremely exquisite and gorgeous. This sort of dress was originally only popular in Dongyue, now that it had been accepted by the noble women of the dynasty, and the famous poets had contributed charming phrases, such as leaving the white snow on the bosom for a long time. The dress became more and more popular, and the girl's posture gradually became bold and unrestrained. Chapter 149. Wang Chudong, the unbetrothed daughter of a rich family, stared at Su Fengnian with her eyes wide open. She was not shy at all. Now, she was chattering nonstop like a little oriole. Wang Linquan did not tell anyone about Su Fengnian's identity, so she only knew that the handsome young man in front of her was surnamed Su. She kept calling him Young Master Su, and in the end, she just called him Brother Su. Su Fengnian did not mind. He smiled and listened to the little girl's clear voice. His mind was peaceful. Finally, they came to the square where the pure vase Guanyin stood. The white jade Guanyin had angry eyes and lowered eyebrows. It was vivid. Her right elbow was facing the spring god lake. She stretched out her 5 fingers, and her palm was facing forward. It was as if she was giving charity without fear. Su Fengnian sat down with his legs crossed. The 2 young Kuei were lying on his knees. The little girl, who was known as the daughter of the Wang family, squatted beside him and said sincerely, "Brother Su, Guanyin is amazing." She stood there and pointed to the spring god lake. During the spring equinox, there were no more water columns in the sky. When I was young, I was especially afraid of the second day of the second month. It was always thundering and raining. After I had Guanyin, I could sneak to the lake to fish, brew tea, and enjoy the snow. Brother Su, let me test you. Do you know what Guanyin's hand gestures are? Su Fengnian, who was well-versed in Buddhism, raised his head and smiled. Fearless Madra. Wang Chuxue giggled. Correct. She saw that young Master Su was in a daze after he finished speaking. She was bored to death. She turned her head and inadvertently saw young Master Su's maiden green with tears in her eyes. She said in surprise, Brother Su, why is the sister crying? Su Fengnian came back to his senses and said softly, because this Guanyin bodhisattva looks like a person. Wang Chuxue responded with an "oh," and considerately stopped nagging. Jiang and I and the old god of swords Li Changgang also came to the square. Old Man Li looked at it deeply and muttered, this Guanyin bodhisattva's fearless madra can be seen as a sword. The sword will is unparalleled. Jiang and I said calmly, I don't understand. Old Man Li was dispirited. He glanced at Su Fengnian, who had a strange expression on his face, and asked curiously, what's wrong with that kid? Jiang and I hesitated for a moment, then lowered his head and said, this goddess Guanyin looks very much like the king of Beiliang's consort. The old god of swords was silent for a long time before reciting, walking alone, stopping alone, sitting alone, the green snake in my hand glides over the white line. One man, one gown, one sword, the tip of the sword giving off 3,000 rays of light. No one in this world can recognize me. They can only laugh like a madman. Only the mountain ghost and the dragon king know that an immortal is in front of them. Jiang and I frowned. You wrote the poem? The old man smiled and said, back then, people praised this old man's song of the azure dragon sword god. This is only a short section. If you want to listen, let this old man think about it. Jiang and I said unhappily, don't think about it. I don't want to hear it. Wang Linquan had mobilized a large force to prepare a sumptuous banquet and personally came to invite His Highness Shitzi back to his residence. Even the Northern Liang Light Cavalry on the 3 large ships were not left behind. The female servants carrying the food boxes came in an endless stream, smoothly delivering them to His Highness. Su Fengnian left the mountaintop. At the dining table, he was especially full of praise for the Spring God Lake's specialty stewed black chicken and turtle. The black chicken from Mount Mao was reared in the mountains. There were many herbs in Mount Mao, so the meat had a medicinal fragrance. Its skin, flesh, bones, and mouth were all black. The turtle was the specialty of the Spring God Lake. It had to be over 100 years old. The turtle's shell was buried at the bottom of the lake all year round. Only those that grew an inch of green whiskers could be considered to have lived for 100 years. It was slowly stewed with the black chicken until the turtle's shell was tender. It was no wonder that the scholars and refined scholars highly praised it. After eating heartily, they praised it. You can't throw away the spring god, but half of it is this soup. Wiping away the grease on his mouth, Su Fengnian ate the most comfortable meal since he left Beiliang. He was finally full. In private, he asked Wang Linquan for the geography of his province. At dusk, he was enjoying the cool breeze in the courtyard. Jiang and I was reading a book that had never appeared in the world before, The Flying Sword of Dunhuang. It was interesting to say that this swordsman of the Beimang dynasty had just achieved great success in the Dunhuang sword cave in the extreme north. Just as he was about to use his sword to travel the Jianghu, he encountered Wang Xiao, who was practicing his spear in the north. He was cleanly killed by a single spear strike. It was not that the swordsman's strength was weak, but rather that he had built a chariot behind closed doors. His swordsmanship was like a castle in the air, and he lacked the sharpness of a real battle. Fortunately, the nameless swordsman had been practicing his sword while writing his insights. Only then did he come up with this immortal-like, the flying sword of Dunhuang. At first, Su Fengnian chose this book because he felt that the name was domineering. He did not expect that the old god of swords would be so picky, and only said that this book was passable. Li Chungang said that it was passable, so Su Fengnian did not dare to treat it carelessly. Jiang and I opened his mouth to read, while Su Fengnian closed his eyes to listen. Su Fengnian remembered that Li Chungang had said that he would fight against Lu Qiantang. It was time for him to give it a try. He did not want to learn from the swordsman who wrote The Flying Sword of Dunhuang and die prematurely just after entering the Jianghu. Why would Su Fengnian risk injury to go to sword maniac Wang Xiaoping's purple bamboo forest to ask for a beating when he was practicing his blade on Mount Wudong? Wouldn't it be easy and comfortable to just stay under the waterfall and practice his blade? Although there were many martial artists in the world, the highest level seemed to be high up in the clouds. Not to mention the diamond finger, celestial phenomenon, and immortal realm. The division of the 9 levels below the 3rd level was very simple. The amount of armor that was broken was the strength of the level. If the armor was broken but not broken, it would be the lower 3 levels. Whether or not the armor could be broken was the first threshold. This armor was the standard iron plate armor of the dynasty. There were 2 layers in the front and back. The middle 3 levels could break the armor, but they were all below the 6th level. Therefore, The sixth level was the second big hurdle for martial artists in the Jianghu. The third level of the upper three levels could break the armor, but it was hard to say for sure if the first or second level could break the armor. It was rumored that Heavenly Master Zhao of Mount Longhu in the capital could break through 100 armor with one blow of his horsetail whisk. Su Fengnian asked Jiang and I to wait for a while he went to fetch the sword case. Inside the case was the great Liang Dragon Sparrow Sword. The owner of this sword had once broken 160 armor with one blow. Chapter 150. The big sword case in Su Fengnian's hand was made of 1,000-year-old red sandalwood. The case itself was priceless. Red sandalwood had always been shipped over by sea. The great eunuch Han Jiaoxi had gone out to sea several times, and to a large extent, it was to load fine sandalwood for the imperial family. Even so, the imperial craftsman's office did not hesitate to buy sandalwood from the south. Back in the day, West Chu was the craziest in purchasing red sandalwood. It was said that all officials did not bring sandalwood. For example, Su Fengnian, the imperial uncle of the former Taiping princess, was even more outstanding. He was incomparably elegant and built a well-known sandalwood building. Unfortunately, in the end, almost the entire building was moved to Great Peace City. Su Fengnian used a piece of silk to wipe the sword case. It was said that raising a jade was like raising a person. In that case, the precious red sandalwood was like a pretty girl from a humble family. It needed to be wiped frequently to avoid dust. Once this piece of red sandalwood was wiped, it was glossy and smooth. There were faint traces of purple gas lingering around it. Su Fengnian was listening to the flying swords of Dun Huang calmly. Suddenly, he heard Jiang and I burp. The little clay man paused for a moment and seemed to be embarrassed. Su Fengnian teased, "Deduct 10 coins." Jiang and I was furious. Just as he was about to speak, an embroidered bamboo ball was thrown high. Blue Bird flew to the top of the wall and caught it, not letting it fall into the courtyard. Su Fengnian had heard laughter in the distance. It must be the Wang family playing kuju. Now that the Liang dynasty was at its peak, it naturally had an open mind. Kuju was originally a game from Beimeng. After it spread to Liang, it was not banned. Very quickly, it became a favorite among women. There were not many restrictions on women in the current dynasty. They could go hiking, form associations, ride horses, shoot arrows, swing, play polo, and wear Beimeng clothes. Everything was possible. This was why Wang Chudong was so bold and unrestrained today. If it was 20 years ago, this would have been unimaginable. The trend was irresistible. Even the old-fashioned great scholars could not do anything about it. Moreover, the great scholars all had their own families, so they simply turned a blind eye to it. It was not difficult to talk about big principles with the people, but it was difficult to talk about small principles with their wives and daughters. Su Fengnian took the bamboo ball from Blue Bird and asked her to put the sword case back into the room. As expected, someone knocked on the door very quickly. Su Fengnian saw the expected young girl. He returned the bamboo ball and asked with a smile, "Who kicked me just now?" "What a strong kick." Wang Chudong stretched out her slender finger and tapped her nose. She was very pleased with herself. She had a lively personality and was not good at painting, but she was very good at swings, kuju, and polo. However, during the banquet, Wang Linquan seemed to be very proud of his youngest daughter's poetry. Su Fengnian really could not see how this little girl could be so good at writing. Moreover, with his second sister Su Weisheng and the female scholar Yan Danwu in front of him, even the little clay figurine wrote the majestic Daging Horn swearing to kill post. Su Fengnian did not think that any girl could enter his eyes in terms of poetry, calligraphy, and painting. At this time, Wang Chudong had changed her clothes. She was wearing a narrow-sleeved robe, black boots and breeches, and a belt around her waist. Su Fengnian looked much more comfortable. A young girl who was imitating a married woman revealed half of her breasts. She was putting the cart before the horse. Where did the charm come from? That dress was more suitable for Shuxiu to wear. Wang Chudong asked tentatively, "Let's play Could You together?" Su Fengnian shook his head and said, "No, I have to go to the market." Wang Chudong was excited when she heard this. She vowed, solemnly, "Let's go together. I will bargain." Su Fengnian dismissed it with a smile. He let Bluebird call Yu Yue and the others. He then threw a glance at Jiang and I. The latter hesitated for a moment, but still decided to follow. She was unfamiliar with the place and the people. The main thing was that she did not have any concept of money. She really did not know what 1 silver could do. In the group, other than Su Fengnian and Bluebird, who was like his shadow, there was also Jiang and I and Li Chungang, the 3 retainers, Lu Yangshu and Ningame, who had taken off his heavy armor and put on casual clothes. The bow-shaped iron halberd was also placed on the boat. Wang Chudong was kicking the bamboo ball along the way. Her movements were skillful and nimble. Her figure was like a swallow. It was very beautiful. When they arrived at the slightly deserted market, Su Fengnian did not expect that there would be a Qingfu silk shop on Laoshan Island. It was just nice to buy some clothes for Yu Yue and some dispensable rouge and face powder. Su Fengnian was generous and did not give Wang Chudong a chance to bargain. The little girl was unhappy. There was a lakeside tea house in the market with an excellent view. The water vapor of the spring god lake was rising and the fog was lingering. It was originally an excellent place to produce good tea, but it was only in recent years that the spring god tea became a tribute. Su Fengnian and Wang Chudong went to the top floor. Jiang and I and Old Man Li were still wandering around the market. Yu Yue and Xu Xiu were shopping together. In the end, only he and the Wang family's daughter were seated. Ningame, Lu Qiantang, and Yang Qingfeng formed a triangle. There were no tea guests upstairs, so it was unusually quiet. The owner of the tea house obviously recognized Su Fengnian and directly took out the best spring god tea. Wang Chudong volunteered to make tea for Su Fengnian. Her technique was mysterious, and her every movement was full of the style of a master. This made Su Fengnian have a whole new level of respect for her. The tea leaves that were picked before the Qingming festival curled up like a green conch or a sparrow's tongue. There was a layer of even fine white fluff on the edge. The green tea was gently poured into the water, like the bottom of a lake in spring. Su Fengnian waited patiently. The little girl's tea was very pleasing to the eye. After Wang Chudong offered a cup of tea with both hands, she said seriously, "Generally, when the tea leaves are drunk for a few times, the fragrance will gradually fade. However, the spring god tea will gradually become better. The spring god tea of our Laoshan Island is better than the surrounding areas. The tea garden can only plant bamboo, plum, orchid, laurel, and green pine. It is not suitable to mix it with an evil tree. Therefore, the spring god tea of Laoshan Island has a long fragrance, but it doesn't have the fertile soil and green leaves." Chapter 151. Su Fengnian took a sip, but he couldn't tell what it was. He had never been interested in drinking tea, but now that he was at the spring god lake, he couldn't explain why he didn't drink the spring god tea. He thought of a poem. It was this poem that turned the spring god tea, which was kept in the house, into a tribute. It was very similar to his second sister's poem, Brother Appreciating the Snow, which inadvertently heated up the green ant wine, which was only famous in Baelyang. He subconsciously recited, "Since ancient times, those who know of this tea are few and far between. When a May 15 plucked, a snow-breasted green jade steamed. Wang Chudong blinked and asked with a face full of expectation, "Is this poem good?" Su Fengnian casually said, "It's pretty good. I've always admired heroes who can write poems. But it would be even better if I could see a young girl plucking the tea with my own eyes. Snow-breasted green jade steamed. Listen, it's so poetic." Wang Chudong's face turned slightly red. Su Fengnian was confused and asked, "What's wrong?" Wang Chudong's ears were completely red. She didn't say anything and only lowered her head to drink her tea. A few young men and women came to the top floor of the restaurant. They were all dressed in brocade, and each one was more arrogant than the other. The leader of the group was a young official with an official's aura. When he saw Wang Chudong, his expression changed, and he walked straight over. Just as he was about to strike up a conversation, he was stopped by Lu Qiantang. Wang Chudong frowned and whispered, "This person is Lieutenant Zhao's son. He's idle and uneducated. He's very domineering and annoying." Su Fengnian didn't suppress his voice. He squinted his eyes and smiled. "Lieutenant? What rank is he? Is he a third-rank official?" Wang Chudong couldn't help but smile. Her eyes were full of spirit. The gloominess and irritation she felt were swept away. She cooperated and said, Not really. He's only a fourth-rank official." However, she was still a descendant of a rich family who grew up in the dangerous bureaucracy. She wasn't ignorant of the ways of the world. She quietly reminded, "This guy's sister is married to the prefecture overseer as a concubine. The people around him are all sons of Qingzhou's big families. Let's just ignore them." The fourth-rank general's son had always admired the Wang family's youngest daughter. Her father, Wang Linquan, was the richest man in Qingzhou. He was known as the Hall of Gold and Jade. Half of Mount Lao was the Wang family's private property. They were also involved in the most profitable salt and iron business. Wang Linquan especially doted on his daughter. He hated that he couldn't pick the moon for her. Back then, when he was competing with others to show off his wealth, Wang Linquan covered the pond in Mount Lao's residence with a glass mirror that was worth 10 gold. He invited Qingzhou's high officials and dignitaries to admire the moon together. He and his father were present at the scene and were stunned. Furthermore, Wang Chudong, this little girl, wasn't simple. When she was young, there were several eminent monks and Taoist masters who read her fortune. They all said that this girl was indescribably honorable. The popular spring divine tea came from her mouth. It was said that even the imperial concubines in the palace were full of praise and personally told His Majesty the Emperor. Thus, the spring divine tea became a tribute. The dandy surnamed Zhao, who relied on his elder sister to enter the Dragon Gate and was able to do whatever he wanted in Qingzhou, saw L.V. Qiantang's evil dog blocking his way. Although this young master who was used to wearing fine clothes and riding a horse had a sword at his waist, the sword was only for decoration. Secondly, the guy who could drink tea with Wang Chudong most likely had a good background. He was not stupid enough to draw his sword at a disagreement. If dandy were to kill each other indiscriminately like this, the world would be in chaos. Thus, he squeezed out a smile and prepared to test the waters. He pretended to be familiar and said with a smile, "Chudong, who is this friend?" Who knew that Wang Chudong bluntly said, "Who are you to call Chudong? I'm not familiar with you." Su Fengnian, who wished for the world to be in chaos, nodded his head and said, "Yes, Chudong is only familiar with me." The two looked at each other and smiled. This tacit understanding was too much of a slap in the face. The dandy surnamed Zhao said gloomily, "Wang Chudong, don't think that I can't touch your father." Wang Chudong clenched her teeth. Just as she was about to poke this fox borrowing the tiger's might, Su Fengnian frowned and said, "You are the son of the king of Jing and Zhao Hung?" Everyone was dumbfounded. What was this? Why did it involve the king of Jing'an? The dandy of Qinzhou couldn't help but look at each other. The dandy surnamed Zhao, who had the same surname as the six kings, but had no relationship with them, laughed and said, "You dare to call the king of Jing by his name?" Su Fengnian wasn't interested in drinking tea. He just wanted to sit here and enjoy the scenery. He didn't expect to meet these idiots who ruined the scenery. He looked at Lu Qiantang indifferently. The latter didn't say anything and kicked the dandy surnamed Zhao to the wall. The people who only bullied others and had never been bullied hurriedly helped their accomplices and left the tea house. What else could they do? They could only call the servants to gang up on them. If they couldn't beat them, they could only use their parents' family. How could Su Fengnian, who was cursed as the leader of Bailiang, be unfamiliar with this? Wang Chudong slightly opened her mouth. The sparrow tongue in her mouth was more delicate than the one in the cup. Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Drink tea, drink tea." Wang Chudong, in turn, comforted Su Fengnian. She raised a bright and carefree smile and said softly, "It's okay. Even if the sky falls, my father will hold it up." The little girl seemed to have forgotten that her father had knelt in front of the dandy in front of her. Su Fengnian drank a mouthful of tea. Wang Chudong moved her little head closer and said mysteriously, "I'll take you to the lake, but you can't go back and tell my father." Su Fengnian agreed and was pulled downstairs by Wang Chudong. They went to a secluded place by the lake. The little girl stood on a rock and whistled a series of times. Su Fengnian waited and waited. After waiting for half a cup of tea's time, he still didn't see any movement. Wang Chudong was a little embarrassed. She blushed and said, "Maybe it's still napping. It's the same as me. It loves to sleep." Chapter 152. Su Fengnian saw that Wang Chudong's cheeks were swollen and red, but she still did not give up. She looked very cute. He stood on the cliff by the lake, the cool breeze brushing against his face. He was wearing a white robe with wide sleeves, and there was a red sandalwood hairpin in his hair bun. He stood with his hand on the knife, looking even more handsome. Wang Chudong carefully stole a few glances, but she always felt that she could not see enough. This girl was probably going to have her first awakening of love. She was born in a rich family where pearls were as valuable as earth, gold, and iron. Since she was young, she was the moon surrounded by stars. Moreover, the masters all said that the little girl was extremely honorable. Wang Linquan, who was strict with his family, was only obedient to this daughter. The rest of her brothers and sisters also doted on her. With so much love, Wang Chudong was able to write Spring Tea without any worries. At the time, she was only 6 years old. When she was 14, she wrote The First Snow in the East Wing that made countless daughters of noble families shed tears. Scholars praised this poignant novel as the first snow in the East Wing, especially at the end of the story, where a girl said that she hoped all the lovers in the world would be married. Just this sentence alone was better than 1,000 books, although it was wantonly criticized by the great scholars of Jiangnan for not conforming to etiquette and misleading children, and there were also people who suspected that this novel was written by Wang Linquan. The 10-year-old girl who did not leave the spring god lake was always so maverick. She always liked to sleep and play. When she was tired from playing on the swing, she was in a good mood, so she wrote a few hundred words of the epilogue of the East Wing. It was rumored that as long as Wang Chushue started writing, no matter how many words she wrote, they had to be sent to the palace on horseback to be handed over to the concubines who were obsessed with the East Wing. There was also a secret rumor that after Wang Chushue wrote to the death of the beauty, who said the famous sentence, a concubine in the palace wrote to her with tears in her eyes, begging her to be merciful and not be so heartless. However, little Wang Chushue was not soft-hearted and firmly did not change a single word. When the Eastern Wing was finally published, it was the festive spring festival, so much so that none of the young ladies and madams in Qingzhou smiled that year. Many envious scholars who had studied the books of the sages for decades but could not make a name for themselves called it a once-in-100 years strange event in the literary world. A scholar who was good at writing erotic poems in the boudoir did not hesitate to consider himself half a descendant of Wang Dongxiang. He highly praised the book, Dongxiang, and said that this book described the love between men and women and did not leave any room for future generations. That poet was in his 50s, yet he was bowing and scraping to a girl who was not even 18 yet. Naturally, he had a mixed reputation. But after such a commotion, his originally mediocre reputation did indeed grow with the help of Wang Dongxiang. It was Su Fengnian who did not understand this. Otherwise, with his temperament of buying poems at a high price, how could he look down on this innocent and unaffected little girl standing next to him? It must be known that the person standing next to him was a contemporary female literary giant. Perhaps His Royal Highness would shamelessly ask for a few good poems. Since they were familiar with each other, he could ask for a friendship price. Su Fengnian saw that Wang Chuxue finally did not have the strength to whistle anymore. She lightly patted her cheeks, as if she wanted to persevere. Su Fengnian could not help but joke, "Your friend lives in the water?" Wang Chudong nodded, and said seriously, "On the day I was born, it woke up from the bottom of the lake and crawled to my door. Father said that it would be my lifespan. When I grow up, around Qingming, I will find it to play." Su Fengnian curiously asked, "A turtle, or is it a flood dragon?" Wang Chudong blushed and said, "How could a flood dragon crawl to my house? It is a big turtle with a wordless tablet on its back. It looks like a big turtle and is very stupid. The expert said that it was the divine beast that guarded the sea when you the Great was controlling the flood. When I was young, I sat on its back and swam up the Spring God Lake. When it was happy, it would dive into the water and almost drown me." Su Fengnian was shocked and said, "Wang Chuxue, not bad. I didn't know that you were so talented. I used to know a Taoist priest who rode a green ox on Mount Wudong. You are even better. You are already riding a big turtle." Wang Chudong smiled and revealed a pair of small canine teeth. She was obviously very proud, but pretended to be modest and said, "It's just SOSO." The waves suddenly splashed, and a huge monster appeared on the lake. Its shell was 20 feet wide, and it carried a big tablet. In Shuo Wenjiezi, it was recorded that the turtle was the biggest of the beetles. Su Fengnian carefully read a brief introduction to the scenery of Shenzhou and Tianlu Shiyu because of the snow-white spear falcon. The latter's dragon breeding chapter had a detailed description of the turtle. Turtles like to sleep, especially the Kuei turtle. They did not come out of the water unless it was in a chaotic time. Now, with the Kuei turtle that was chopping the waves, Su Fengnian had 6 Fengnian and a pair of young Kuei. As for the divine creatures that he had heard of, the top one was the red-crowned crane left by the sword immortal Lu Zhu on Mount Wudong, and the black tiger that listened to Qi Xuanjin scriptures for more than 10 years. Su Fengnian hugged Wang Chushue's slender waist and floated down the cliff to the turtle's back. The little girl could swing up to 3 stories high. The onlookers were all shocked, so of course they were not afraid. Su Fengnian stood on the turtle's back and thought it was ridiculous. He looked at the tablet and found it was really blank. The turtle's ancestor was so huge that it was like a small boat. Su Fengnian estimated that it would be fine even if a dozen strong men stood on it. Tianlu Shiyu mentioned that riding the Kuei turtle with a tablet could lead to the celestial mountain on the sea. The emperors of the past dynasties had spared no effort to find its trace in the rivers and lakes. The leader of the eunuchs, Han Jiaoxi, went to the sea to buy sandalwood. He might have the intention to find the celestial mountain. Wang Chushue squatted on the turtle's back and patted its head affectionately. She said, "Big Black, let's go play in the middle of the lake. Remember not to be seen." The turtle slowly swam in the lake, as steady as Mount Tai. Su Fengnian said softly, "Chushue, you shouldn't let other people know that you can attract the camel tablet turtle. Otherwise, it will cause trouble." Wang Chushue, who was hitting the turtle's head, turned her head and said, "You are not an outsider." Su Fengnian smiled and said, "We just met for the first time. How can I not be an outsider? I really wonder why you haven't been abducted by others until now." Wang Chushue made a face and said, "I know you are His Royal Highness, Su Fengnian, other than the ancestors of heaven and earth. Only the great pillar state can make my father kneel. The last one is you. I'm not stupid." Su Fengnian was relieved. He always felt uneasy when someone was trying to please him for no reason. No matter how handsome he was, it was unlikely that a young girl would fall in love with him at first sight. If it was because Wang Linquan had been beating around the bush for more than 10 years, it would make sense. With Su Fengnian's temperament, he must have made up his mind to stay with Wang Chushue and leave Ningame and the others aside. Su Fengnian had a headache and said, "Then you dressed like that at the ferry in the morning. Did you want to prove whether that infamous His Royal Highness is really greedy for women's plump bodies?" Wang Chushue didn't hide it. She nodded with a smile and said, "It's okay. Your eyes are just a little strange. You don't look like a lot of good-for-nothings who come to Mount Lao to play. Those silk dresses, thin blouses, and silk underwear were all borrowed from my big sister. I thought I would look good in them. Alas." Su Fengnian bent down and rubbed the little girl's head. He comforted her and said, "They are ugly, but when you grow up, you will look good in them." Wang Chushue, who was squatting, said with a bitter face, "I won't grow tall." Su Fengnian laughed and took 2 steps back. He leaned against the stone tablet and felt a chill on his back. He placed the embroidered winter-spring thunder on his knees and looked at the night view of the lake. The 800-mile-long spring god lake seemed peaceful now, but it was hard to imagine that it was full of smoke and fire in the past. Some people were heroic with their feathered fans and silk headscarves, while some were dejected and defeated dogs. One could reach the ghost town of Xiangfan by boat on the lake, who was the 36,050 grand ritual of the cycle for. The court only heard of the king laughing when he won, and never heard of the defeated crying. Take the girl's father, Wang Linquan, for example. If he didn't have a treasure bowl in his hand, no one would have bothered to find out that Wang Linquan was the one who led Su Zhao's horse. It was interesting to say that few people in the Bailiang army had a good ending, but those who led the horse for the butcher were mostly rich and powerful. While Su Fengnian was lost in his reverie, Wang Chushue had finished fooling around with the big turtle, so she sat facing His Highness in a daze. They sat opposite each other. He had a pair of knives on his knees, and she, who was only 28 years old, wrote "First Snow" in the Eastern Wing with a brush and a knife. Su Fengnian, who lived in northern Liang and had never heard of the Eastern Wing and the Little Prince's Eastern Wing, naturally didn't know that the character of the desolate woman in the book was the girl in front of him. Su Fengnian suddenly asked, "Wang Chushue, since you are friends with the big turtle, why didn't you hold back when you were eating the black chicken stewed with turtle? I saw that you ate the most happily at the table.